morning, Mr. Chairman. Enters the room. Right on time and under budget. There we go. And now, I was just warming them up, boss.
I'm sure
You're all set.
Okay, whoop, there we go, everyone, they're on. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, senators, representatives, and members of the committee. My name is Haley Morton Levinson, and I'm the mayor of Jackson, and I would like to welcome you to Jackson. Thank you for being here today and over the last few days to experience our community and hopefully the hospitality that we've shown. A little about me. I'm, as you know, the mayor of Jackson. I also am a small business owner and have been in the hospitality industry for my whole life here. My family has a small bed and breakfast, of which I serve breakfast 4 out of the 7 days of the week. I also have 3 kids, and I'm very grateful to be raising them here where I got to grow up as well. I've served on the town council and now as mayor for 12 years. And as you know, it is a service to our community and our state that I feel honored to do, and I'm grateful for your service. I'm also on the Wyoming Association of Municipalities Board and have served on that for 10 years. And I value that almost above a lot of things because I love interacting with our fellow municipal leaders across the state and hearing what the issues are across the state, what they're here, how they're different, how they're the same. Last year at a WAM meeting, one of my counterparts wanted to know if what she thought was a myth was reality. And she asked me, can it possibly be true that at the Target in Jackson, people are being paid $25 an hour? And I said, yes. It is true. But what's also true is that $25 an hour does not is barely enough for someone to get by with the essentials of housing, food, healthcare, and transportation in Jackson and Teton County. According to the Wyoming self-sufficiency standard, a single mother with 1 child in Teton County would need to be paid $36 an hour just to sustain themselves, just for the bare bones of life. I've spent most of my life in Wyoming and truly value the emphasis we place on being self-sufficient. Wyomingites value taking care of themselves and their families and being able to help neighbors when we can. Over the last few years at WAM, housing has become an increasing focus, and I thank you for focusing on it with this committee. At our meeting, we hear from mayors about housing crunches across the state, from Pinedale to Cody to Shoshone. I am grateful that mayors and councils long before me in Jackson have began working with our partners in the county on housing. I have served on our council for 12 years, and long before my time, my predecessors had the forethought to invest in creating homes to maintain our community. As you saw yesterday, many small business owners here have had to house some employees to keep the doors open. I myself, along with my family, have provided housing for our employees when we can and as we can. And I recently was excited when one of our long-term staff was awarded an affordable rental at Jackson Street Apartments, which you passed by yesterday. Local government in Jackson and Teton County help provide housing in our community because we would lose our community if we did not. Our community has worked together to provide housing. We've learned a lot over the years. We have a lot of different tools that we use, and we're always refining and open to refining what we do. We listen to constituents and small businesses as we are represented through myself and others, and do our best to adjust as we hear how things are working or not working. We've paused our process considering mitigation rates after already reducing it. And now we are ready to make adjustments for small businesses and change of use issues. We know they're there and we're committed to addressing them. We proudly hold steady, housing 60% of our local workforce in the Valley. Throughout our town and county, you can see examples of private and public partnerships where the town and developers work together to achieve great public benefit. We're able to wield our public dollars much further. With that, I thank you for being here. I'm open to any questions. I will unfortunately not be able to stay for the whole morning as I am going to go back and serve coffee to guests. But I wanted to be here to welcome you, and I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Before you kick off, I want to recognize, we have Ruth Ann, Gary Black, former representative, and, current representative. So, nice to see you. Right. Please.
Good morning. Good morning, co-chairs, Senator Garou, Representative Nicholas. Good morning, distinguished members of the task force. My name is Luther Probst. I'm chair of the Teton County Board of Commissioners. I really appreciate, I joined my other commissioners in telling you how much we appreciate you being here to see firsthand the both the housing crisis that we face and the efforts that are underway to address that that crisis. Really appreciate that you had a chance to tour yesterday. Welcome to Teton County. Indeed, as everyone knows, we are experiencing a housing crisis. I don't think it's anything less than a crisis. It's got a fascinating history. Since about the mid-1980s, someone who earned an average wage or salary in this valley has not been able to afford an average house. It was about the mid-80s when those two lines started separating. And it's been pretty steady since then that the inability of someone making the average wage here to afford an average house has gotten worse. That was made significantly worse by COVID, and everybody knows how that worked out. Many factors are at work. One of the most important factors is the fact that 97.2% of the land in this county is public land. That provides many benefits, but it also means that we have a very limited land base. And land, as you guys know, as everyone knows, land is a key part of the challenge here, the lack of supply of land. We have a limited supply of land and then a nearly unlimited demand for housing. You build market housing and it attracts highly compensated folks have learned how to use Zoom now, and so you don't have to live where you work as much. Highly compensated remote workers, retirees who come here for the natural resources and the natural amenity and the beauty. People who own multiple homes around the world increasingly find that they need a home here. That's also, is many of us are aware of, is increasingly the case given the fact that Wyoming is the best state in the country for preserving wealth. And so we have more traction from the financial side. And so we've got this limited land supply and kind of unlimited demand for housing. That creates hardship on individuals. The housing insecurity just reverberates and is challenges in this community. And it also creates hardship on critical service providers and on our workers. The hospital has real challenges keeping staff. I got a call not too long ago from the head of the emergency room department at the hospital, and they can't find not just nurses and healthcare workers, but doctors to move to the community. Has a real impact on the hospital, on our schools, for school teachers, on the Wyoming Department of Transportation for snowplow operators and highway patrol officers. You saw yesterday Lower Valley Energy for our electricians that keep the lights on. Game and Fish has the same issues for people that manage the economic asset that is wildlife. And then certainly in Teton County, particularly with law enforcement officers, dispatchers, firefighters, it just unravels the community. It's also a huge challenge for businesses such as the Mountain Resort, just keeping their staffing. The good news is, as you saw yesterday, the community is working together on many fronts to mitigate this crisis. Do we have an effective response? We're doing the best we can with as many tools as possible. I'm very proud that the voters in 2022 overwhelmingly passed 5 measures to provide about $80 million for housing. And it didn't just go into one pot of money, it went into 5. The voters approved money for the hospital to provide housing. The voters approved money for the schools to provide housing. They approved money for Teton County to provide housing for our employees and for the town to provide housing for their employees. And they provided funding for kind of community-wide housing to meet the needs for everyone. The voters are committed, and we're putting our own dollars into this through this special purpose excise tax. Those were approved overwhelmingly. You've learned some about the zoning initiative programs where we give increased density for housing. It's important to also note that those zoning tools are complicated. Most of that happens in the town. As a county commissioner, I wish I understood it better, but it's complicated. It's also important to note that we have a very important role for philanthropy or private charity here. Ian and Annette Cummings made a huge contribution for the Jackson Street Apartments, the Hughes family, huge contributions to support affordable housing in the Valley, and then business investment. And so we're all coming together to try to do our best to address this challenge. With that in mind, we're making progress, but we still have a long way to go. We've got over 1,500 deed-restricted homes. We have 300 more under construction. We have 400 some in the pipeline. We're making progress. And that, I think, is a success story. At the same time, the progress we're making is challenged by the nature of the problem. We need help. We need partnerships. We need the kind of help that the state can provide. We need more tools. We need more resources. We need authority to do development agreements so that we can fund infrastructure more equitably as development happens. I think there must be things that the state can do with the Sovereign Wealth Fund to make funding available in a creative way to provide infrastructure, to provide housing. We understand also that there are complaints with our housing program. We understand there are issues. We take those seriously. We are constantly adapting the program to try to make sure that it's fair, that it's equitable, that it gets the job done. And yeah, there are complaints about certain parts of it. We hear those complaints, we adapt to it. We try our best. We have a hard time fighting planners. And so it becomes a vicious cycle at times where people need development approvals and it's slow. It's too slow. It's a problem that we have tried to confront, but we often can't find planners because we don't have housing. So it's a vicious cycle, but we recognize the problems. We are working on it. We welcome your help in helping us improve this housing program. We also know that Teton County is unique with our limited supply of land, with our kind of unlimited demand for luxury and high-end housing. We understand we're unique. We also understand that other communities around the state are experiencing the housing. Star Valley, from Alpine, from Laramie, from Cheyenne, from Sheridan. So we recognize it's a statewide problem. We hope to work with you to provide the tools, the resources that we need, that other communities in the state increasingly will need. We hope that we can focus on tools and options and resources rather than uniform mandates, because each community is unique. So we are delighted that you're here. We look forward to continuing to work with you to help us and to help other communities around the state address this growing statewide crisis of a lack of housing for people who work in this community. So we look forward to working with you and really appreciate again that you're here, and I appreciate the opportunity to chat with you this morning. Thank you. Happy to take any questions or comments, and I will be around the rest of the morning.
And not a question, but a comment. I will personally, but I think I could speak for the other members of the task force. The tour yesterday was well put together by the city and the county. So I know I learned a lot, but your challenges aren't, as I understand it, just in the housing. It's the sort of grain of society. And the news about the number of folks ready to retire at the hospital just doubles, I think, some of the challenges that people face. So the tour yesterday was very informative and very appreciated.
Well, I really appreciate hearing that. On a personal note, I don't take any credit for it, but we're really happy that April Norton, our housing director, Jody Pond, the county administrator, Tyler Sinclair, the town administrator, were able to put that together. As you've indicated, seeing the projects on the ground makes all the difference in the world. So we're grateful that you took the time to do so. Thank you for saying so. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here this morning. Nice meeting you last night. We had a great conversation.
Of course.
A couple of things. When I look at the situation up here, I think there's short-term solutions and maybe some longer-term solutions. And one of the things that I think is appealing to me, at least, is the longer-term solution about, and you mentioned it earlier in your remarks, that 97% of the Teton County is in public hands. And it would make a lot of sense. And I've heard from my friends up here that have come to me and said, why don't we look at doing things like Game and Fish does, like the Forest Service, to be able to swap or do something to get more land? And it seems to me that if there's a way this committee or the state, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And to go out there and try to, and there's places in the valley that, you know, you don't want to build. I get that. And there's a lot of issues with people that are your constituents about views and all of that. And I get that. But there's also places where you could put in a really nice subdivision in areas where people could do some land swaps. So that would be one of my questions, how you feel about that. Short-term wise, the thing I hear about is that there's opportunities out there in some of the private land, but it gets bogged down with the permitting process and going through that. And there again, I'm from Fremont County, where I can go down to my particular city of Riverton and I can start doing something the next day, more or less. So it's hard for me to understand what you're going through, but I realize it and I appreciate it. So what is there on the permitting side in terms of impediments or in front of people that may want to develop land they already have?
We recognize, particularly during COVID, that we were caught flat-footed. We were behind. We lost several planners. We couldn't find replacements for them. We had a deluge of permit applications and we got behind. And we did our best to fix that, but it took a while. And we recognize there's challenges there. One of the things that, most states have mandated timelines for getting an answer. You have to get an answer within 90 days. I think that's worth looking into, because if we're told we have to give an answer, then, it kind of motivates our staff to do more. But we have tried to be innovative about that. We now send out almost all the plan reviews that can be done electronically to a firm down on the Wasatch Front that has improved our turnaround time. They review the blueprints and the site plans and such, and that has helped. But it's just really hard to have the planning staff that we need here in the county to do the inspections. So that's something that we are aware of. We're working to improve that turnaround time, but we have more to do. We recognize that, and we that's a fair criticism over the last several years that it's been hard. It's getting better because the number of permit applications has dropped post-COVID. But that's been a challenge for us, and we need to do we recognize that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and a follow-up
yes.
on the longer term, would you, as the commission and possibly the city council and the mayor, if there was a way to articulate a deal where we could do swaps, and with whether it be the Forest Service, we have school sections up here as well, that there's opportunities. I think seems to me land is a big issue. Would you be willing to get behind if there was a deal mutually worked out between, like, this committee, the state of Wyoming, to go out and try to do some land swaps? Would you be in favor of that?
I'm happy you brought that up. The first priority there, and I'll use the opportunity, I wasn't planning to, but is the Kelly parcel. We sure hope to prevent the development of that, or prevent that from going into private hands. And here's why. a parcel like the Kelly parcel, which is north of town, surrounded by the park on three sides, if it is to be, it's just the state trust land parcel up there, 640 acres a section. If that were to be auctioned and acquired by the private sector, chances are slim to none, and slim is on vacation. Chances are slim to none that that would be used to provide affordable housing or workforce housing, or enough workforce housing to offset the jobs created by the golf course and the other kind of high value houses. I mean, the Kelly parcel could easily be something like a Yellowstone Club up at Big Sky. And that would create more jobs, starting with construction and then more service jobs, because those big homes that are empty much of the year still create a lot of jobs. And we've done the analysis of that. A big empty home creates a lot of jobs for landscapers and others. And so the first thing we need to do is make sure that parcels such as that one are not developed for more housing in the outer parts of the community, especially where the Kelly parcel is at a very critical wildlife corridor is the open flats there lead into the Grovant Canyon. And so I'll put a plug in for that. Let's hope we get that done. Exchanges, there's areas in this county that could be exchanged, but the first thing is let's make sure we don't dig the hole deeper by building housing that just creates more jobs and makes it harder for us to have a workforce that lives in the community.
Well, but what you could do, Mr. Chairman, you could have stipulations, you know, on the Kelly parcel, you could have stipulations that prevent your concerns from going forward. And if the developers, nobody wants to buy with those tips, then you solve your issue of keeping it as it is. Otherwise, you tell them you can only do this, this, and this, but that's just a thought I have.
Right.
You know, this morning early at breakfast, I met a lady that was working where I stayed, and comes over from Driggs. And some of the other communities in our country that have had the same issue, they set up transportation. And, you know, and some of them do like trains. Well, we're not going to have a train going over Teton Pass. That's not going to happen. But have you looked at opportunities to bring the workers and people in from other areas, or they just all drive their cars and they do what they do?
No, we work really hard on that front. We have a joint transit authority, START, the Southern Teton Area Rapid Transit. That's a town and county partnership that provides bus service. It provides in-town service, and it provides commuter service from Driggs and Victor, and also from Alpine. We have 3 runs a day. I compare that to a community I used to work in years ago, the Roaring Fork Valley between Glenwood Springs and Aspen. They have more like 40 runs a day. We would like to increase that number. The problem, sirs, I know you understand, is it's not inexpensive. It's costly. But we invest in our bus system as much as we can. We have more work to do there. Thank goodness it's a federal, state, local partnership. We're now just starting construction of a new transit center at Stilson so that we can more seamlessly move commuters from Victor and Driggs to Stilson, which is at the intersection of 22 and 390, to make it easier for people to then take the bus up to the mountain resort, because our bus service is used more heavily in the winter than in the summer. But we are working to expand that as quickly as we can. We have a partnership last winter between the airport and the bus system to provide a service for visitors from the airport. We hope to renew that this year, but that's a high priority for us, is getting more people on the bus. For me personally, as my colleagues know, I'm very committed to, and we are as a town and a county, to that commuter service, because the folks in Victor and Driggs need the option to ride the bus, and we need to expand it so that the bus service better aligns with the economy we have. Because our bus service now works pretty well if you work 9 to 5, but none of us have ever met anyone that works 9 to 5. I'm being a bit facetious there, but you know, we need a bus service that starts at 5 a.m. that runs until midnight, because that's the hours in a tourist-dominated economy. And so the point is, good question, very important priority for us, and we are doing as much as we can on it, given our limited financial capacity.
Chairman, it's interesting you mentioned Aspen. I used to go down there a lot of years ago before it really expanded. And then there was an op-ed this morning in the paper about a gentleman that lived in Aspen and his father, and they just kept moving further and further. And finally, he just moved over to Silt. He just couldn't deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
and there's no silt for people here to move to. You know,
Silt
so
is-
it's a.
Right, there's no silt. Victor and Driggs, as everyone knows, is over a pass, that in the winter is a huge challenge. In addition, I'll put a plug in since you brought it up, sir. In addition to the bus service, we need more enforcement, of people that don't know what they're getting into when they drive over that pass in the winter. And that's a challenge as well. But, and then also the other commuter destination is Alpine and Star Valley. And that takes, the commuters through, the Alpine Canyon, which is avalanche prone in the winter. So yeah, it's a challenge, but we are working hard to increase the number of buses so more commuters can ride the bus. And so that's a more viable alternative for more of our workers. Yes.
Further questions? Please.
Mr. Chairman, I also want to echo the sentiments of Deputy Director Edwards about the tour yesterday. It was really good, really very informative for all of us. On the Kelly parcel, I think, as you know, through Section 324 of the budget bill this year, Teton County does have the opportunity to make sure the Kelly parcel is preserved and pristine. You just need to raise $38 million to add on to the government's 62, and the BLM needs to leave Rock Springs alone, right? So if you can get those things done, then we're all good with the Kelly parcel.
We really appreciate the legislature's approval of that measure. We understand the efforts are moving forward on the raising the 38 million. This community is very generous when it comes to things like that. And Representative Stith, we wish you the best in dealing with the BLM in the Rock Springs RMP.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. So the big picture, as I see it for this task force with respect to Jackson and the issue of housing, Teton County, the issue is, on the one hand, are there things that you're doing here that we can learn from, right? That would be useful to replicate perhaps in other municipalities across the state. Conversely, is some of the regulation that the Teton County or the town does, is it so onerous and so offensive to the notion of private property rights that the state should step in and shut down what you're doing, right? Prevent you from being you. So let me use a specific, so my question, this will have a question. The question is, I want you to just make the case to us of why we should leave you alone, because I assume that you want to be left alone to do what you want to do. But to use an example, and I think it's worth focusing not on the 97% of land that we don't control, but on the 3% of land that you do. There are undeveloped parcels, right? And if someone owned 125 acres of land and wanted to put 250 residential units on it at market prices in the county, you would not allow that, right? You would say, no, we're going to make so many affordable housing, so many deed restricted. Tell us, why is that a good thing to not let the free market work here?
Very good question, and requires more depth and more thinking than we'll get into quickly this morning. But a couple thoughts. I believe it's a quote from Wallace Stegner, but it might have the wrong person, who said the story of the West is to the federal government is send money and leave us alone. And that's kind of, to be real honest, that's what we hope for here. We hope you send money and let us do with it as we please. I'm being a little facetious, of course, but we recognize that there's state interests as well. And I appreciate you note that that other communities can learn from the challenges we faced, and that we're under tremendous political pressure here, because for everyone that we hear from that wants more development, that wants, that hopes the market will solve the housing problem, we hear from somebody who's just as concerned with the congestion that more housing creates. And the voters, I'm sorry, the elected officials of the town and the county decided 12 years ago, Senator Gurry, you were on the commission at the time, to adopt a comprehensive plan that encourages development, the bulk of our development, to go into the town. Town is hard. And that's because we don't want the sprawling scattershot development all over the county. And so we're making real efforts to have the development go into the town. That then gets us into a political buzzsaw, as people don't want their neighborhoods to change. And so there's please understand the political pressure we're under comes from both sides. But at the same time, we work hard to try to make sure that the regulations are not overly onerous. Of course, landowners will see it that it is, and I understand that, and it's a balancing act for us. I've been on both sides of that fence. The challenge is that particularly outside of the town, and I'm just speaking for the county, and my colleagues from the town will smack me if I say the wrong thing, but particularly in the county, the development that happens tends to be, and the economic forces are very powerful this way, tends to be large homes, tends to be second homes or third or fourth homes, or tends to be homes that are occupied by retirees who's here kind of just the minimum to meet the rules in California and New York. And so building in much of the county only makes the situation worse in terms of the workers. That's why since I've been on the commission, we've approved those 17 houses for electricians and linemen for Lower Valley. We've approved some other workforce projects, but we generally, outside of the Teton Village at the Mountain Resort, we generally have not approved more luxury homes because it hasn't created, it doesn't help solve our affordable housing problem scattered around the county. It's different there at Northern South Park, just below the Smith Shopping Center where you saw. But we have to be careful because approving those luxury homes just makes our housing situation worse. And I would love to think that we could build enough housing to solve, to just naturally cause the price to come down. When we analyze it, we're a long, long way from that. From being able to build enough housing so that the market makes housing affordable for our workers. I can't envision that without a huge infusion of new land into the market, which would probably require transferring land out of the National Elk Refuge to the local government, and that's way above my pay grade. That takes us somewhere far from here, i.e. DC, and that's just, we can hope and wish, but things like that aren't within our weekly schedule here. So I hope I'm responsive to your questions. Great. Really appreciate the opportunity. Really appreciate that you're here and really appreciate the questions. I'll be here this morning. Look forward to continue the dialogue. Thank you.
So, is there anyone else that doesn't have a seat? We need to make more room for.
Yeah, there's several people out there.
So, hello.
And if we need to vacate a seat, Hank or someone, we can move up to the chairs up around here. Let's figure out how we can accommodate everybody.
Yeah.
You stay right there.
I'm out of here. Thank you.
Co-Chair, Please.
Thanks, Mr.
give
Co-Chair.
an
Just
introduction.
wanted to, while we're getting everybody settled here, and hopefully we got enough chairs now, got everybody moved around and can do that. Wanted to welcome, Mark Newcomb and, Wes Gardner from the County Commission and, Clerk Mo Murphy. And I see Vice Mayor Arn Jorgensen and I saw Jim Rooks. Yeah, there's Mr. Rooks. There we go. So I think I got just about, did we get everybody? I think so. Oh, Jessica Salt Chambers. I'm sorry, I did not see you back there. Welcome. Okay, it's always a thing to do when you're local, and we've got many other dignitaries, and I'm sure we're going to hear from you all shortly. So I just wanted to say good morning.
In our presentation, is that? You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Hopkinson with the Legislative Service Office. I'm just going to be taking through the task force through two memos that we provided at the request of the chairman. The first one is reviewing the Supreme Court case that came out in April of this year, Sheets v. City of El Dorado. In that case, just kind of for background, in 2006, the County of El Dorado, California amended its general development plan to allow for the traffic impact mitigation fee programs in an effort to limit the impact of new development on roads. The county would condition the issuance of payment of building permits on the payment of the TIM fees, and those fees were then used to construct new roads and pay for the widening of existing ones. The county based that fee on a formula, but did not make any individual determination as to the impact that a specific project would have. In 2016, George Sheets applied for a permit to build a manufactured home on his own property. The county charged $23,000 as a condition of issuing that permit. Under or over his objection, he went ahead and paid that permit fee and then sued the county, arguing that it was an unconstitutional taking. The trial court rejected his claim, and the Court of Appeal asserted that there was Supreme Court precedents in Nolan v. City of California, Coastal Commissioners, and Dolan v. City of Tigard that required the county to make an individualized determination that the fee amount was necessary to offset those traffic congestion fees. The trial court and the appellate court found that those were not a taking, and essentially they applied the test that so long as the fee had a reasonable relationship between the fee's use and the type of development project on which the fee was imposed, and they declined to extend the previous Supreme Court precedent, the Nolan test, essentially based on a claim that when the fee is legislatively mandated and formulaic, that it can be held to a lower standard as opposed to a fee that might be established by an agency. And so they created this distinction between a legislative fee and in a sense, an executive fee. The Supreme Court then took up the case to resolve that question of whether there should be that distinction. And the Supreme Court held that permit conditions must have an essential nexus to the government's land use interest, and that permit conditions must have a rough proportionality to the development's impact on the land use interest. So they essentially became very clear, you know, this is the test that needs, or the manner in which you assess the constitutionality in that circumstance. And they ultimately held that there was no basis for affording property rights less protection in the hands of legislators as opposed to administrators. And the takings clause applies equally to both. And so it prohibits legislatures and agencies alike from imposing unconstitutional conditions on land use permits. The court then reversed the decisions of the California Court of Appeals on that basis. Notably, the court did not rule on, the ruling itself is rather narrow, just focused on that there is not a distinction between the legislative taking or an administrative taking. They did not make any rulings on whether or not in that particular case there was in fact a taking or whether that TIM fee was a taking. And they send it back down to the lower courts where I presume that it is still in litigation. As far as its impact on Wyoming, it's really just kind of clarified what tests to use when assessing whether or not a permit fee or land use fee may be a taking. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Question, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I can't help myself. Mr. Hopkinson, doesn't the Sheets case, though, really have a lot of impact here in Wyoming? Because, you know, by reinforcing the rule of Nolan versus Coastal Commission of California and Dolan versus City of Tigard, the Supreme Court saying that if you have impact fees that are not proportional to the impact that the proposed project is going to have, that's unconstitutional, right? And so I guess it seems that the Sheets case implies that if you've got impact mitigation fees that essentially shut somebody down from doing business, that's probably unconstitutional. And so the problem, it seems, with the roughly proportional test is that it seems vague. So my question is, would there be any way to codify as part of state law the rough proportionality test in a way that would be easier to administer so that you wouldn't have to have decades of litigation about each project trying to figure out if it's roughly proportional or not? Would there be a way to make it statutorily easier to administer? Is that a potential solution for Wyoming?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, I think that's certainly more of a political question. And at the end of the day, you know, as far as this case went, you know, it was just clarifying this is the test you need to use. Now, beyond that, the best way or manner to apply that to simplify it for Wyoming, because whether or not we put something in statute, that precedent still applies. And there could still potentially be arguments about, you know, which way are we really going with this? That would ultimately need to be resolved by the court. So again, I guess I would ultimately defer on that and say that's a political question. And we've got some great people who can answer that.
So I mean, the Nolan and Dolan tests are the essence of what this kind of the issue is that we're facing as this committee. This county and city have a report that directs them that they're in compliance with the Nolan Dolan. The question is, do we have to evaluate that report and then come up with some type of analysis of, do we agree with it or not, and should we codify what our interpretation of that is in terms of the legislature? And that's part of the purpose of this venture right here today, and that's why people are testifying. So, thank you, David. Okay. Next. Are you gonna do the next one?
I'd be happy to, unless there are any other questions or anybody. Okay. Moving on then, Mr. Chairman, to the next memorandum. This one is kind of just taking providing a summary of the case, State of Wyoming Board of Land Commissioners versus Teton County Board of County Commissioners. You know, this memorandum is just based primarily on the opinion of the judge that was issued earlier this month. I don't have any independent knowledge of the facts or anything like that, but I'm sure there's a number of people in this room that could provide that should the task force desire. So essentially, the case arose, well, to kind of back up a little bit, the State Board of Land Commissioners, of course, is responsible for the direction, control, leasing, disposal of state lands granted for the support and benefit of public schools. And the board is authorized to promulgate rules and regulations for the leasing of those state lands. Teton County being a political subdivision of the state governed by a board of county commissioners, they have adopted comprehensive land development regulations governing private land within the county. This case arose dealing with section 36 and township 42 north, range 117 west. And that's a plot of state trust land located in Teton County, which the board has administratively divided into 9 parcels. Rather than lease the parcels of land involved in this case, the board permitted the use of the parcels through temporary use permits. And those permits can be issued for a maximum of 5 years and are not renewable, though a holder may be able to reapply. 2 permits were issued, one to Base Camp Hospitality and one to Wilson Investments on 2 of the parcels. Base Camp Hospitality constructed domes for luxury camping, also known as glamping. And they installed gas lines and a septic system on the land. And Wilson Investments placed storage containers. The county and the board disagreed on whether the permittees were subject to the county's land use rules and processes. The county initially sought review and Teton County District Court, but that court dismissed the petition, holding that the county as a government subdivision was not entitled to judicial review of the decision. Later on, in December of 2022, the board filed a declaratory judgment injunction in the first judicial district in Laramie County, and the county counterclaimed. Various motions, claims were litigated, and ultimately there were 2 primary issues that the district court looked at on a motion for summary judgment. Those questions that it looked at was, did the Wyoming legislature waive sovereign immunity to allow the county to enforce its land development regulations and processes against the board on state trust lands, or is the board immune from the county rules and regulations or efforts to enforce them? And the second was, if sovereign immunity applies, are the permittees also immune from suit? And then on May 6th this year, the court held that there was no clear waiver of sovereign immunity, which would allow the county to challenge the issuance of the temporary use permits. And there is no express statutory provision granting the county authority to regulate land use by permittees under a temporary use permit. The court did express concern that under this result, in a sense, the board could utilize temporary use permits to avoid requirements placed by statute on the board and its own regulations, allowing in a way for the board to be a final judge of its own actions free from judicial review. But the court noted that any remedy to this will have to come from further guidance from the Wyoming Supreme Court or from the executive or legislative branch. And the court ultimately granted the board's motion for such summary judgment. When I last checked, that matter had not yet been appealed to the Supreme Court. I have no personal knowledge on whether or not it will be, although I suspect it likely will. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Questions? Interesting case, interesting issues. Okay, thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Okay, next. Come on up, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
members of the task force, Talise Hanson, staff attorney. Also, I'm presenting on the 3rd memo that was in your packet on the Montana legislature 2023 laws that were enacted. So in that memo, there are 7 housing acts that the Montana legislature passed in 2023, and I'll just briefly just kind of go through each one. The first one is 2023 House Bill 819, which creates the Montana Community Reinvestment Plan to create and fund affordable and attainable workforce housing. So this act has several appropriations in it. The first one is $56 million from the general fund to the Montana Community Investment Plan account, which is created by that act. These funds are distributed to community reinvestment organizations who then distribute those funds to participating counties to assist eligible households in purchasing attainable workforce housing. An eligible household is a household earning between 60% and 140% of the median household income for the county in which the person resides, or the median household income for the state, whichever is less. And that these funds may be used to purchase a deed restricted home, but these funds cannot exceed 30% of the total purchase price and cannot be used for pre-construction, development, or construction-related purposes. The second appropriation is $106 million from the general fund to a revolving loan account that's created by that act. And that allows the Board of Investments to make loans to an eligible government unit or an applicant for residential development to cover the costs of demolition or expanding water, wastewater, stormwater, street, road, curb, gutter, and sidewalk infrastructure to serve new or rehabilitated residential development. The act requires eligible government units to waive all impact fees for the developer or the amount of impact fees up to the amount of the loan, whichever amount is smaller. The act also appropriates $12 million for workforce housing for employees who work at state-owned facilities that house state inmates or behavioral health patients. And then the next increase in money is an increase from $15 million to $65 million in the Coal Tax Trust Fund account to provide loans to low-income and moderate-income households for multifamily rental housing projects. So the next act is 2023 Senate Bill 245, which requires the governing body of a municipality with a population of over 5,000 residents to adopt zoning regulations to allow multi-unit dwellings and mixed-use development as a permitted use on a parcel or lot if the parcel or lot has a will serve letter from both a municipal water system and a municipal sewer system, and the parcel or lot is located in a commercial zone. So this act essentially would allow for apartment style housing and housing above businesses and commercially zoned areas. The third act is 2023 Senate Bill 406, which prohibits a county, city, or town from adopting or enforcing a building code that is more stringent than the building code adopted by the Department of Labor and Industry or as required by Montana state law. The fourth act is 2023 Senate Bill 407, which amends the local design review process and standards for municipal zoning laws. This act adds a requirement that local design review standards imposed by a local government must be clear, objective, and necessary to protect public health or safety or to comply with federal law. It also requires the local design review for zoning permits or variances to be conducted by municipal employees and prohibits local design review by external boards, with one exception for historic preservation boards. The next act is 2023 Senate Bill 382, which rewrites Montana's land use planning statutes by creating the Montana Land Use Planning Act. So this act requires municipalities with a population of 5,000 or more residents located in a county with a population of 70,000 or more residents to comply with the act within 3 years of the effective date, and the effective date was in 2023. But a municipality that has adopted a growth policy within 5 years prior to the effective date, it has to comply within the 5 years after the growth policy was enacted, or 3 years from the effective date, whichever occurs later. Counties are not required to comply with this act, but counties may voluntarily comply if the county gets an affirmative vote by its local governing body. So the act requires each local government to establish a planning commission. The planning commission has various duties to review and make recommendations to the local governing body regarding the development, adoption, amendment, review, and approval or denial of land use plans, zoning regulations, subdivision regulations, and any other legislative land use planning document the local governing body designates. It outlines requirements for the land use plan, zoning regulations, and subdivision regulations. For zoning regulations, there are specific provisions related to housing. which was briefly mentioned yesterday, that the act says that in the zoning regulations, you must have a minimum of 5 out of the 14 housing strategies, and it provides the list of the 14. Notably, one of the 14 says that you should allow duplexes as a permitted use where a single unit dwelling is permitted. And then there's another one that says that you can allow at least one internal or detached accessory dwelling unit on a lot with a single unit dwelling occupied as a primary residence as a permitted use. So then the next act is 2023 Senate Bill 323, which this act requires municipalities with a population of at least 5,000 residents to allow duplex housing as a permitted use on a lot where a single family residence is a permitted use in its zoning regulations. So it's requiring one of those 14 that was listed in the other bill. It requires municipalities with over 5,000 residents to allow for those duplex housing. And then the last one is 2023 Senate Bill 528, which requires all municipalities, regardless of population, to adopt zoning regulations that allow a minimum of 1 accessory dwelling unit by right on a lot or parcel that contains a single family dwelling. That act provides that an accessory dwelling unit may be attached, detached, or internal to the single family dwelling on a lot or parcel. It has other requirements, including that if the accessory dwelling unit is detached from or attached to the single family dwelling, it cannot exceed 75% of the gross floor area of the single family dwelling or 1,000 square feet, whichever is less. It also establishes restrictions on the regulations governing accessory dwelling units and provides that a municipality that has not adopted zoning regulations or amended its zoning regulations by January 1st, 2024 shall review and permit accessory dwelling units in accordance with that act. It states that a municipality may adopt zoning regulations that are more permissive than the requirements of the act. So then the last part of the memo just mentions the one legal challenge that has been issued since the Montana legislature enacted these housing acts, and that was on December 15th, 2023, a group called Montanans Against Irresponsible Densification, also called MAID, a limited liability company whose members are residents of various Montana cities, filed a complaint in state district court seeking declaratory and injunctive relief regarding the last 2 bills that I mentioned, the one that requires duplex housing and the one that requires accessory dwelling units. They argued that those acts violate the equal protection and due process clauses of the Montana Constitution. For equal protection, they argued that the new acts make an arbitrary distinction between similarly situated people. That distinction was between homeowners protected by private restricted covenants and those who are homeowners who are not protected by those covenants. And they also argued that the acts make arbitrary distinctions between similarly situated cities. For substantive due process, they argued that it was an attempt to promote densification, and the acts contained contradictions and irreconcilable differences. For example, the Montana Land Use Planning Act requires them to select 5 out of the 14 strategies, but one of these strategies is to allow duplexes in all areas zoned for single-family dwellings, while another is to allow for at least 1 accessory dwelling unit. They argued that this directly conflicts because these laws require municipalities to allow duplexes on these lots as a permitted use, when the other law just states that they could select that out of one of the 14, and also that they applied the one applied to all municipalities, one applied to municipalities with 5,000 residents or more, and then the other one applied to like the Land Use Planning Act applied to municipalities with 5,000 residents or more in a county of 70,000 residents or more. So they argued that there was differences in how it was going to be applied.
Is the impetus and the discussions in Montana in the legislature that brought these bills forward? They were addressing a problem, obviously. that they perceived that existed. And so what was that?
Mr. Chairman, the only things that I came across was just that they were trying to address the affordable and attainable workforce housing issues. I didn't see too much discussion on exactly what the legislature was discussing on why they had so many of the bills and why they kind of had different parameters that some applied to all municipalities and some had like more limited restrictions. I'm not 100% sure on exactly what those discussions, but the broad overall goal was to promote affordable and workforce housing and attainable housing.
Okay, questions?
Mr. Chairman, Elise, thank you for this memo. It's really good. Thank you. I wanted to ask you about this temporary restraining order. One is if I can get a copy of it. And second, do you have an opinion or what do you think about the equal protection analysis in that opinion? It seems a little weird because it sounds like it violates as described, the holding is that it violates equal protection if you pass a zoning regulation that treats a neighborhood with protective covenants differently than a neighborhood without protective covenants. It sounds like what the holding was. And if that were true, it would mean that zoning regulation is always a one-way ratchet, that so long as there's some neighborhood that has stricter protective covenants than the norm, that you could never repeal a zoning regulation. But maybe I may be misreading the case. What are your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, the analysis on the restrictive covenants and the opinion was really limited. And also the analysis on equal protection in general wasn't super fleshed out because they just had to likely prove that there was a likelihood to succeed on the merits. So I don't think that that was completely fleshed out. I can definitely provide the committee with the full discussion of the opinion, but the temporary injunction was appealed to the Montana Supreme Court. So, and at this time, the Montana Supreme Court has not issued an opinion on the injunction or declaratory relief. So I'm not sure if they'll flesh it out more or, but there wasn't much discussion on that.
Thank you.
So it's kind of a lawyer's dream.
Yeah.
And I have an opinion on that as well. I'm not going to express it. But anyway.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. Delise, really appreciate that work. It looked to me like Utah has a similar law, but they constructed it differently. It has not even been challenged in the courts, as far as I understand it. And they also have a similar menu law that Montana has. It's again 24 options instead of 14 or 22, I believe. But as you look at it, so I think there is a path for our committee. If we want to look at ADU laws, we may want to look at what Utah did instead of what Montana did. But as you look at the Wyoming Constitution compared to the Montana Constitution, do you think we'd be headed towards the same outcome if we just use Montana's law, given the comparison between constitutions?
Mr. Chairman, the Montana and Wyoming constitutions are fairly similar. I think the issue in that case was that they had so many different acts that applied to so many different municipalities that the arguments that they made there could be used here if we had something set up with multiple laws that didn't quite work together, or certain restrictions on municipalities with a certain population in a county that it has a certain population. I think that caused a lot of the problems that they are seeing. But yes, the Montana and Wyoming constitutions are very similar. Thank you.
Realtors Association. So anyone that's will please come up. basically, it's a public comment period, so it doesn't have to be in the order that's listed in the agenda. So, so please, whoever wants to present, let's just begin. So come on up, somebody.
Come on up, son.
Yep, yep. Ruth Ann, come on up. It's nice to see you again.
Hit the green. There you
Great,
go.
thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for having us here today. My name's Ruth Ann Petroff. I'm the current chair of Jackson Hole Working, which is a nonprofit organization in Jackson that is largely gives information to our members and to the community about public policy. And we work a lot in the affordable housing spaces, particularly with private property rights. Last year, there was testimony to the committee, and it was kind of a shotgun approach. And so we offered Chairman Guru to kind of roll back and give a little bit of a history about how we got to where we are in our policies throughout time in Teton County, as well as explaining what some of those policies are. We know that you've gone through some of it already, so we'll skip through some of it quickly. But I think it'll give you some context as to some of the testimony that you've already heard and some that's to come. I'm here with Devin Veman, who grew up in Jackson and is raising a family here. Devin was elected president of the Wyoming Association of Realtors in 2018. She served on the Teton County Planning Commission for 3 years. And I'll pass the mic to her for a further introduction.
I do. I was going to ask if that was okay when I introduced myself. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to Jackson Hole. Thank you so much. This is just our presentation since these screens are a little bit small. I did used to serve as a planning commissioner in this room, as Ruth Ann mentioned, and sometimes it's a little hard to read what is up there. So we went ahead and printed our slide deck for you. I've been a realtor here in Jackson for 18 years. As Ruth Ann mentioned, I raised my family. I'm very active in the community here, and I care very much about affordable housing in our community and keeping our workforce here. So I'm pleased to present with Ruth Ann today. We also, along with my father, have authored the Jackson Hole Report, where we track every single sale in Teton County, not just the ones that go through our local MLS, which is only about 60% of our total sales in our valley go through our local MLS. So if you rely on that data alone, you're not getting a full accurate picture of what's going on. So Ruth Ann asked me to join her and speak to some of the history and the numbers and stats. So thank you very much for having us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple of disclaimers. We have a couple corrections to the original presentation. So when we get there, we'll tell you, we'll point out what those are. And just one quick comment that we have always tried to work within the system. We think that the more information, the better, the more perspectives, the better policy that we can make, and that we should be welcoming all kinds of different voices. We were contacted by a few members of our community in advance of the meeting, asking what we were going to be presenting because they were nervous about coming to testify themselves. And it's easy to get branded as anti-housing or, greedy business person, if you come up and have any alternative perspectives. So we hope that this is given in the context of cooperation, and we certainly appreciate everything that our elected officials and their staff are trying to do to improve our community. So we'll skip through the first mitigation slide because I know that you've been talking about mitigation. You know what mitigation is, a fee or an or some type of requirement that defrays the impact of a new development. What is housing mitigation? So this is the premise that building a business or a home creates jobs beyond the jobs of the actual construction. And the impact of that job creation is housing needed for the people employed in those jobs. But that's where it starts to get a little tricky. Because a residential home, for instance, does it create jobs to have a residential home? Or does it create housing for people who work in the community? And it's a huge challenge for our electeds to create policy that reflects the impacts of some of the luxury developments, but doesn't negatively impact those who are contributing to the workforce. How mitigation is determined. We have ordinances and fee schedules that are created by local elected officials. They do go through a public process. It includes a nexus study by outside consultants. A restaurant creates X number of jobs per square foot. A home creates X number of jobs per square foot. And then additional calculations are added in. How many people hold more than one job? How many people live in a household? Average median income of that job. Cost of building, and the end result of all of that is either a number of dwellings that need to be created for that impact or an impact fee. Priority for mitigation to be met locally in Teton County is by building actual physical units. A fee in lieu of building based on the cost of construction is sometimes used. That usually comes into play with projects that have less than a full living unit required. An exchange of land or deed restricting a current unit or a combination of all of those methods is sometimes used.
So yesterday you got a fabulous tour, I heard, of the county's housing department, Town and County Joint Department. And so I won't get into any of those, but this slide is just to illustrate that we have several entities all working from different angles in Teton County to address our housing issues. Two of them are not-for-profits, Habitat for Humanity and the Jackson Hole Community Housing Trust, and they really focus on home ownership in those deed restricted units. And then the last one, because I'm skipping over it because you got a heavy dose of that yesterday, are the private individuals that build their own units, as Ruth Ann just mentioned, but they are still subject to the rules of the housing department. We have a couple of different types of deed restricted units in Teton County. So the first one is workforce. It's pretty broad, and it just says you have to work so many hours to live in one of these units. The second one is, we often call it affordable housing with a capital A. I don't know why we like to do that here, but that's our thing. And that is based on your income and your assets, and that those can be workforce, those are not workforce. Those can be, sorry, I fumbled a little bit. Those can be rentals or deed restricted home ownership units. There's legacy programs that are hybrid of the two. And then lastly, the town of Jackson made some new rules that you can develop a ARU, an accessory residential unit, and you can rent it out with certain restrictions, but you are still subject to the rules of the housing department, and whatever they may change those, your rules may change as well. So the next slide, this is why Ruth Ann asked me to join her today, is at the end of year 2023 whole report, we dug in and we went back and we looked at the history of housing in Jackson Hole and tried to analyze how we wound up where we are today. And it was pretty eye-opening, even for me, once I plotted it all out and made the charts. You're welcome to go on our website and read the entire thing. It's just jacksonholerealestatereport.com. But a little bit of the history is, in the 1950s was when we first started to see this restriction of land that we're talking about here. And I know that you've heard a little bit of this history, so I'll breeze through it. But in 1975, the county had their first comprehensive master plan and land development regulations. People were starting to come. We were being recognized as a tourist destination, and we went, gosh, we better get some policies in place to keep things in control here. So in 1978, there was a plan that allowed for density bonuses for subdivisions that provided more than 50% open dedicated space. So if you left you developed your 100 acres of land and you left half of it open, you could get more density and put it in there. But there was also still dedicated wildlife corridors and migration areas to keep the wildlife moving through. In the 1990s, we witnessed a significant amount of growth.
1994 is when we saw a big revision of the comp plan. It replaced the 78 plan, and it really reflected kind of the fear that we were feeling here of what's happening. There's a lot of growth happening. It's happening really fast, and there's a lot of people coming. So we pumped the brakes and said, let's get this new plan in place. It went from that 50% density bonus for new subdivisions to 70% for having open space. Unfortunately, after this 1994 plan was put in, we only saw one real kind of regular working folk neighborhood be developed. It was called Wilson Meadows. I get roasted sometimes because I hear people, and I might even feel eyes in the back of my head right now going, there's been other subdivisions. Well, they haven't actually been true subdivisions. They've been master planned resort developments. So think of Three Creek, Shooting Star out at Teton Village, Snake River Sporting Club south of town. Those were the kind of people that could afford to develop under these new regulations. And then you have, which is in a later slide, I think, you have a couple other subdivisions that popped up that did not choose to use the density bonuses and did larger 3-acre lots and stuff like that. So there was still development happening. People go, it didn't stop then. And I know, and I go back to, no, a very particular kind of development stopped in 1994, or it made it very hard. Also, we started talking about affordable housing and created Chapter 5 in our LDRs, which was a huge step in the right direction. 2008, we saw some minor changes, but a major shift in planning philosophy occurred, which you heard a couple of people already speak to. Density moved to town. The county and the town said, we want to, this is where the heart is. We want to put all the density in town, and we don't want to have this sprawl out in our community. So the town went and changed their zoning and LDRs. High density zones were created in some neighborhoods that were predominantly single family neighborhoods. It was the regular working folks in Jackson. They had big zoning changes happen to them. And we've seen those kind of happen with each revision. And it's actually, when we get to it later, you'll see how it helped push the prices up a little bit. So there were also zones that, and they still exist now, that if you hear the word FAR, floor area ratio, if you want to build a single family home, because somehow you were lucky enough to get a lot in town of Jackson, right? It was gifted to you, or you scraped by and you had it and you're finally ready to build. You actually, in some of these new zones, are penalized for building that smaller single family home because they want more density on these lots. So unfortunately, what we're seeing in the real estate world is it's not high density multifamily units like we would love to see on some of these lots. You probably saw a lot of these big houses as you were driving around yesterday. And then the last point I just want to make on this is our ARUs, our accessory units, were decreased down to 500 square feet. That's correct, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, there were some zones that formerly had 800 square feet that were down zoned to 500 square. And the point was really just that some things were up zoned, some things were down zoned, but we went to a very prescriptive way of zoning in town. So we have some lots now that are required to have a minimum of 3 units. So they're lots that currently have single family homes, or maybe a home with an ARU apartment or something, but many of the decisions we made in 2018 rendered a lot of, and that was one of our changes, is somebody said, well, it's not most, didn't render most units non-conforming. So we said, okay, we'll change the word to many units non-conforming, but it rendered a lot of units non-conforming. And the intention of it was that, well, we expect that wealthy people are going to come in, and so what we want to happen is these old homes to be torn down. And when they're torn down, we want density in its place. And then there were other places where we didn't want that. And if you were designing a new town, that might work. But we have this town that's already full of homes. And so now you have all of these homes and homeowners who are impacted by all of these new, very prescriptive rules and regulations.
The next slide talks about between 1978 and 1995, how we had these great working bulk subdivisions go into our valley. So it tells you how many lots were in each of those. Again, I know there are other developments that came along afterwards, but I'm talking about where working folks can afford to live in the valley. So during the 17 years after the first comp plan, subdivisions sprung to life, and then we kind of saw it come to a halt. And I already explained the difference between a master plan and a subdivision, so I'll skip over that. The next slide is about how much land we have left in Teton County, which you've heard all about that. I think one notable thing to say is 42% of all of our privately held land is now in conservation easements, which I'm not against conservation easements. I think they have a great value and a great purpose in our community. But it's just important to note that 42% of that land that's left is never going to be developed. So you see some of these open spaces and you go, oh, we've got room. Well, we don't have room actually.
Question, Mr. Chairman. So when I look at that, and I didn't realize that, so instead of having 97% land available, it's 98.5% is restricted. So you only have 1.5% of the land in Teton County available. Is that the way I
Mr.
would
Chairman,
read
that's
that?
correct. Yeah.
So that's just a number. How many acres is that?
We believe that numbers that are zoned R35 right now that could be developable is about 6,500 acres and about 2,000 of those acres in South Park alone. And we actually on the first slide had a mistake here. We put that it was not zoned. It is zoned R35, 1 home per 35 acres.
Correct. And Mr. Chair, to add to that, another stat that's interesting is if we did an inventory of the entire valley as well during our research for this, and we have about 1,300 vacant lots left. That's if no new lots were created, no new subdividing happened. We have about 1,300 that are vacant. But so many of those are held for view protection from a lot of these high-end mansion homes. So they own the lots around them as well. So you hear that number. So I don't have the exact acreage, but it's about 1,300 lots valley-wide.
And Mr. Chairman, a couple more points about that the changes that were made in 2018. The county eliminated the zoning tools that used to be required to create workforce housing. And they eliminated those tools to move development into town, which was a great goal, but it's made many businesses in the county, there's no method for them to be able to create housing next to their enterprises. And additionally, the town at the same time eliminated the ability to have variances. So there's very little opportunity to be able to argue a case for, you know, something different to happen in this very regulated environment.
Ready? Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a couple of questions for either one of you. Because I wondered this yesterday when we were on the tour. When did the mitigation fees come into play? I can see in 2018, looks like the mitigation rates increased, but when did they come into play and how did that happen? And then if you would just follow up on, I'm kind of interested in the LDRs and the non-conforming issues. If you could just talk about both of those. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, in 1994, it was the 1994 master plan that created the first mitigation rates. And the mitigation rate was $2,400 on a residential home under 2,500, over 2,500 square feet, exempt under 2,500 square feet. So we said small homes are for working families, larger homes, we're going to charge them an impact fee. But again, $2,400, so not a huge amount of money. Then the way we figured the rates at that point was based on seasonal employees only. So if you were a business and you had, and I'm gonna look at my notes. If you're a business and you had 40 year-round employees, 20 more in the summer, your mitigation was based on those 20 of your 60 employees. And then the rate was 15%. So it was 15% of those 20 employees. So an example I used, 40 employees year round, 60 in the summer. We're basing it on the 20, the 15% of that being 3 employees whose housing you were required to mitigate. And I'll get into how to mitigate that in a moment. In 2008, the rate increased to 25%. but it was still based on the same formula. In 2018, it was changed to include full-time year-round employees. So that was the big change. So now instead of being based on 20 employees, it's based on all of the employees you have. So I believe it's only full-time, so giving the benefit of a doubt, it would be on the 40 employees. So that same business and the rates were increased to 48% and 55%, depending on if you were in the town or county. So that same business would now go from in the 90s, mitigating 3 employees, in 2008, mitigating 5 employees. By 2018, that same business would be mitigating 19 or 22 employees, depending on if you're in the town or county. That mitigation rate was cut in half in 2021. So you'll hear a lot of, we cut our mitigation rate in half, which is true, but we kept that same nexus to full-time employees. So it was still a significant increase. And prior to 2018, all homes under 2,500 square feet were exempt from mitigation fees. But the town added mitigation to all homes in 2018. The county is still exempt. In the summer of 23, a new plan was presented to town and county elected officials, and you heard about this a little earlier. It was discussed. It was ultimately tabled for consideration this year. So when we look at the next slides talking about proposed rates, those are the 2023 proposals, not the maximum that was justified, but the proposal from the consulting company. So, Mr. Chairman, to get to the rest of your question, Senator Schuler, I'll go through a couple of things first and then get to the rest of it. Okay. So just a couple of quick examples. Mitigation fees to build a 2,200 square foot home. So right now today in the town of Jackson, if you build a 2,200 square foot home, you pay $15,000 mitigation. The proposed change is to about double that. A single family in the county of 2,200 square feet is $0 currently. That's proposed to change to $35,000. However, I should have included a slide with, you know, the mitigation is in the county. It just doesn't begin until a 2,500 square foot home. An attached dwelling or an apartment in town would currently pay almost twice the rate of a single family home and at 2,200 square feet, and is proposed to go up to $50,000.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Ruth Ann, a question. I understand the rates. When they did this, obviously there was some debate about it, discussion, and this is council and county both probably. So the question I have is the increase to try to stimmy and stop growth and not have them built, or is this because they need more money in the system, or for the county coffers or for the city coffers? And as I understand Teton County, you know, constitutionally you can go up to 10 mills and 8 mills. And are they under that? So if they're under it and they need the money, why don't they just raise the mills? I mean, I'm just confused, I guess. What's your take on that?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Bevat, I think there are 2 answers to that. The first is, well, let me answer first. We are under our maximum mills. We're also under our maximum amount of sales tax available to be collected. So there are other means. We're trying to make this as fact-based as possible, so I hesitate to introduce too much opinion. But I think when you see the fees going forward, it would be reasonable to make the assumption that these fees would stop growth to some extent.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, just one question for clarification. The attached dwelling or apartment in town, I understand the attached dwelling, but could you define or explain the apartment for me so I can picture what that is?
Mr. Chairman, so I have a spreadsheet that has the 8 different zones in town. In some of those zones, the same thing would be called an ARU as would be called an apartment in another zone. Every zone has its own specific set of definitions and ability for things to do. So in some zones, an ARU is Charged housing fees, actually, I'm not sure of that. In some zones, some things are charged affordable housing fees, some things are required to be deed restricted instead. And it's not the choice between the two, it's one or the other, although you could generally choose to deed restrict something. But generally an apartment, for instance, in the NH1 zone, which is the highest density zone in town, if you had a home with a basement apartment and an attached, what you might think of as an ARU, those would all be called apartments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So nice to see you, Ms. Petrov. Thank you for being here, and I can tell the enormous amount of time you put into this presentation. So my question, pardon me if I missed this detail, but as related to this slide, the mitigation fees to build a 2,200 square foot home, are these fees waived for affordable housing or workforce housing, and these only apply to like free market, single family folks? Is that my understanding?
Mr. Chairman and Ms. Delancey, good to see you too. And yes, they are, if it's deed restricted, there is no fee. So the deed restriction, I think, is the preference of of the elected officials and the department. However, we'll go through some of those deed restrictions in a moment, and there's some pretty heady rules to that, first of all. And secondly, if you have the choice of building a market unit or building a deed restricted unit, even if it's not deed restricted to the amount of appreciation that it could have, it still creates a significantly lower value for that unit. So I think for somebody building a unit, they would choose to pay the fees in most cases.
Quick follow-up. So again, sticking to the facts here, knowing that there's a waiver for this is really a policy choice by the local elected officials to essentially create an incentive to avoid these fees if you choose to build these types of houses, as opposed to have significant fee structure for folks that opt to use their property not to go down that path.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Delancey, yeah, that would certainly be an incentive. I would say most people don't do that. However, once you start getting into larger developments, then you are required to deed restrict some, if you did a multifamily unit on a lot in town, you would be required to deed restrict some of it. And for instance, if you build a townhome and a townhouse in town, that is required to be deed restricted.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Petrov, going to your slide about the 1,500 square foot restaurant, where the current mitigation fee is $214,000, but it's proposed to be $516,000. If you know, is the reason for the proposed increase just that the dollars per affordable home that you need went up to because of inflation, or did the formula change? And if you know, what's the dollar per home amount?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last question. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So I don't know if I can answer that question about, I think a whole lot of it has to do with how construction costs have changed. I don't think the rates are changing significantly, but that's just a guess on my part. I just looked at the numbers. I didn't look at the formula, and the formulas are so complex because we refigure in this study that was presented in 2013, it refigures the average wages for each of those categories, which we'll get into in the next slide, how that affects when you have to build a unit and restrict it according to affordability. So it reconfigures all of the inputs into those formulas. But granted, a large part of that would be building cost, how much building costs have gone up since we last created our policies or our formulas prices. Yeah. Mr. Chairman? So mitigation fees for a 1,500 square foot restaurant, approximately the size of a franchise sandwich shop, currently $214,000. Proposed to be 516, but even at the today's 214, to further confuse things, if you move into a space that was previously occupied, let's say sandwich shop goes out of business, new sandwich shop comes in, new sandwich shop gets credit that for what has already been paid, so they don't pay anything. New sandwich shop goes into a place that had less mitigation, they paid the difference between the two. However, sandwich shop goes in, pays their mitigation, their rent goes up, they decide to move into a new space that's been newly built, they pay that mitigation again. Now that is proposed to change. So that was a good proposal to change that so that the mitigation goes along, but it creates then its own set of problems. If the landlord, for instance, paid the mitigation, if that was negotiated in there, there's just, it just creates a lot of complications. Mr. Chairman, all businesses have their own rates. And I don't have the table in front of me to know what the different rates are. There's I believe it's a lower rate for retail because there's a lower amount of employees generated per square foot for retail. But then there are others that have a higher employee generation per square foot. Correct, Mr. Chairman. The rationale is a new restaurant creates a certain amount of employees per square foot. And then that formula is entered into the whole complex formula to come up with.
So have you done the calculation of what that costs per sandwich?
That's the next slide, Mr. Chairman. Cheese. Yeah. No. But the next slide is for a 3,400 square foot restaurant. And if you weren't confused before, you will be now. A 3,400 square foot brand new restaurant being built would require you to build 2 physical units. A 2-bedroom unit affordable to 50% of average median income, and a 1-bedroom unit affordable to 120% of average median income. The 2-bedroom unit has to be affordable. Okay, so the 50% affordable median income means the 2 bedrooms max rental price is $766 a month. And the most that the person living in there can make, if there's one person living in there, is just under $45,000 a year. If 2 people live there combined, they cannot make more than $51,000 a year. The 1-bedroom, because it's affordable to 120%, average median income, that one you can charge $1,788 max a month. And that person is able to make $108,000 a year if it's one person, or a combined $122 if there are 2 people. Your employees who live there, remember, you built this, you own it. Your employees cannot own real estate within 150 miles of Jackson if they live in those units. Your employees have to provide financials to the housing department annually and have to requalify annually. And you have to sign a deed restriction on the unit you own that refers to changing housing department rules and requirements. Formerly, you signed on to the rules that were in place at the time. Certainly understandable that they cannot manage 100 different sets of rules and regulations at the department. But what we're trying to point out is not that anybody's doing anything wrong or there's anything nefarious going on, but just that there's a cost to all of it, to all the decisions we make, there's a cost, and that we should be looking at what the results of
So,
those.
Ruth Ann, are these city or county regs on the sandwich shop?
Mr. Chairman, I use the town mitigation calculator. However, I would look to somebody in the planning department. I believe the rates are the same in the town and county for commercial. If not, they're very close.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand the 2 of those financials and the 150 miles. So is the person that owns the restaurant responsible for that being done properly? And if I guess if an employee refuse to do that, then they are obligated to fire them? Or they just can't live in the housing? How does that all work under just due process for employees?
So,
I
Mr.
mean, I'd be real hesitant to tell my employer, I wouldn't give him my financial statement. I guess I'm not gonna go to work up here.
Mr. Chairman, so the housing department is the one that does compliance on those. So you would need to qualify through the housing department, not your employer. And you wouldn't have to be fired, but you would lose your housing.
Okay.
And that's another point to be made by the previous slide, is you're paying the mitigation fee, but that doesn't put you further in line to get a housing unit, or, you're still, as an employer here, every employer I know is doing something to contribute to their employee housing. Either they own units that they're renting under market rate, or they're renting units that they're eating part of the cost of that rental to sublease to their employees.
So then a question. If you're non-compliant, are there situations where they have sued or taken the county or the city actions against that owner, property owner? Take away their license or to shut them down, or what's?
Mr. Chairman, the only ones that I am aware of are units that were purchased. We're not related to employer employees, but they were units that were purchased where the owner of the deed restricted unit, who was supposed to be living in there and not living in there and renting it out, or that type of thing. That's the only thing I'm aware of.
The most important thing on this slide deck to me is employees cannot own real estate within 150 miles of Jackson. So when we go back to when all this started in 1994, the goal was we saw housing prices start to go up. We saw more people coming here, and we wanted to find a way to get people into a deed restricted unit as a stepping stone into a free market home so they could keep moving up like that. But this right here takes away one of the most important pieces of they can't take advantage of this program of being an employee in Teton County and go to one of our other communities that many of our workers commute from, like Alpine, Pinedale, over the pass in Idaho. They can still afford to buy a lot there and start saving up to build a home, but not if they want to be a part of this program. So that's just bigger picture practicality, because I see it happening to my friends.
Would it make a difference if we changed it to 155?
Yes.
Go ahead.
That's
Okay,
it.
that's you.
Oh, I'm next, I guess. Oh, I am. Next slide, please. So I fall prey to this as well. I drive around town and I get sick of seeing all these new hotels and new development, and it's always in the paper. I've got another big giant hotel coming on North Cache, and people are fired up about it. But when Ruth Ann showed me this slide, she said, Evan, there actually hasn't been that big of an increase in the number of lodging and short-term rental units. So I think it was just a really important thing to point out to all of you, that we think of this as like a tourism issue sometimes. And it's, when you look at the data, it shows us a different picture. The same thing, we'll slide over the people that are commuting to the county to work. You can see just it's how it's gone up over the last decade or so. It just slowly ticks up. You want to say anything on population change?
I think we can skip past the population change, except to say that the 1990s were the biggest population change by far in Teton County, which was not that different than a lot of other resort communities. And then I think we can skip past the next one pretty quickly to the square footage of buildings in Teton County. Again, just making the point that the biggest growth, the blue bar is the square footage for each commercial category, non-residential, non-lodging in Teton County as of 2002, and the orange is what was added in the last 20 years, and institutional growth by far has exceeded. And so, as you know, as to what Commissioner Probst said earlier, there's no doubt that the luxury community has had an impact in a lot of ways with what our community needs are. Councilman Schechter often calls it a lifestyle economy instead of a tourist economy. But kind of back to the point on this slide, I love this slide because to me, it gives optimism to some extent. The bottom bar, the red and the pink on the bottom are vacant units and non-working households. The green and the blue at the top and the light blue at top are deed restricted units, and those are growing. And, you know, we have a number of units for people to live and work in our community. The royal blue and the purple are market units that house working families. Most of our workforce is still housed in Teton County and mostly in market housing. Around 6,500 of all of our units are in traditional workforce areas in town and south of town. And so as we look at, this seemingly impossible situation, I kind of look optimistically at how are we still housing so many people? And there are a lot of reasons for it. There's, you know, again, the deed restricted units, there's rental assistance from 122 and other nonprofits. Can't understand the impact of that philanthropy. We've created policies that have allowed more dense projects to pencil, a 2-for-1 bonus tool. So we've generated a lot in the apartment space. Businesses still have to participate in housing if they want to have employees. So nearly all business owners either rent or own units or somehow subsidize their housing. And so, you know, we do think there's still a lot of opportunity. And I think there's still a lot of opportunity within the town. There's opportunity for small scale infill to allow lot splits, tiny homes on wheels, townhomes. If we can create more incentives, then, you know, more carrots than sticks. And all of those small scale opportunities create an opportunity for people in deed restricted units to be able to buy up, or somebody who maybe bought a condo 10 years ago to have a place to step up to. So, you know, I am optimistic that there are opportunities, and I hope that we'll still be in the conversation to be able to talk about some of those. I think we can skip past this slide for the sake of time.
So serving on the planning commission, I got to know and understand fairly well, but as Commissioner Probst put it, there's too many, we can't understand them all or something like that. Our LDRs, our comp plan, and then that leads to the county codes and fees. So health and human safety, I don't think anyone will disagree that those are the utmost of importance when you build anything, right? But we wanted to include this slide because this is roughly 5,000 pieces of paper of codes and fees for our county. And every time we add a new one of these, even if it's with the best of intentions and there's great reasoning, it inherently makes the cost of building a home more expensive any way you slice it. So we just wanted to throw those in there to point it out. And then the next slide is what got Ruth Ann to invite me to come speak with her in the first place when we go back to our historical data. So the blue line that you see there is the number of homes listed for sale on our MLS at the end of each year. And the orange is the median home sale price, not the average, but the median. So cut it right down the middle, and that's where you get that. So you see the direct correlation between supply and demand, what we have going on here. And you also, the first big drop you see is after the 1994 plan was implemented. We didn't see the Rafter J's and the things like that we were seeing before. So in 2019, after the big zoning changes had happened and the LDR changes, we saw all these things. And then inventory dropped below 300 units for the first time in the history of our valley, unless you go way back to when we first started having land here. But when I first became a realtor 18 years ago, it was not uncommon to have around 1,200 units in our MLS at any given time. We saw in 2019, this is pre-COVID. I think a lot of people like to, because the time frame is so close, a lot of people like to say this happened because of COVID. Well, this happened before, and it just was exacerbated when COVID hit. So we went below 300 units for the first time, and our median home sale price went above $1 million for the first time in 2019. Jump to today, it's over 3 million. So in that few short years, our supply and demand issue has driven the median home sale price up millions of dollars. And again, if you ever have any questions on any of the real estate stuff, I'm happy to, I could talk about stacks all day, but there's other people that want to talk now. So we'll wrap it up, and I'll just, before Ruth gets into the last slide, you know, like, I'm not against mitigation fees. I'm not against any of these tools in the toolbox. I get that a lot. Oh, Devin doesn't like these, she's against them. I just, when I sat down with Ruth Ann and we went through all these stats, we went, what would things have looked like if we had done it a little differently? And what would things look like if we do it a little differently moving forward with this precious little bit of land we have left here to house our workers? So that's the takeaway that I want, is just to look at it and say, how could it have been different and how can it be different going forward?
And again, we're not looking for state legislation. We don't, you know, we believe in local control. But how much of the exclusivity factor did we create ourselves by our policies? You know, how did we prevent massive growth, or did we create exclusivity? And, you know, I wanted to include a whole section that we've done a deep dive into, you know, we often use comparisons to Aspen, Vail, Telluride, Park City, and we use those comparisons to illustrate that we're kind of in the middle as far as our policies go. But we don't see comparisons to Steamboat Springs or Sun Valley that actually have a much closer comparison population-wise and a closer for the last 50 years, basically. And those communities that have had less intervention have a lot better stats for a lot of this stuff, you know, a higher percentage of ownership, a lower percentage of commuters. And there are a multitude of reasons for that, which is why we didn't want to introduce it. But the point being that we hope we can look at our successes and celebrate them, and also look at all of the costs and figure out how to limit those costs so that we can still give people a toehold into market housing and small businesses.
Great to see you, Ms. Petroff. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. You had to face this as a business owner here. What, as a business owner in this community, how often did you just have to take responsibility for your own workforce housing and not have interventions?
Mr. Chairman, so the only time I had to pay any, as a small business owner, I started in 1988 prior to mitigation fees. There was only one time that I moved a business into a space that had to be mitigated, and it had previously been mitigated. So it was a pretty limited amount of money, but I always housed employees. I owned, you know, I bought housing to house employees. And I mean, I scraped by many, many years. I drove the same car for 25 years, you know, but you cannot operate a business locally without in some way figuring out how to house your employees. And that's been true for decades.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This might be kind of left field. How does this tax structure work on your deed restricted stuff? Is part of the properties tax-free that are owned by the city and county, and how do they deal with the structure on them? Because this day and age, when you start looking at $1,000 a month tax on some of these houses, you're talking a big difference on rent and comparative for private to otherwise. So can you delve into that just a little for me?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, yes. So the deed restricted homes are obviously, or deed restricted dwelling units are obviously worth a lot less because those deed restrictions go with it, because their value is less, they pay less property taxes. They pay the same rate, but a much lower dollar amount than a market home would pay. And there is a cost to that. I mean, if you know, we have 1,500 units. If the discount is $10,000 on a unit, which it likely is, then you're looking at $15 million in property taxes that aren't being collected. About 25% of that is local property tax. The rest is the state. And then there are other costs. As Commissioner Probst mentioned, we voluntarily, as a community, voted in $80 million in housing projects. The housing department costs a couple $1 million a year to run. The town and county each contribute money and land each year, several $1 million for the capital to those projects. And so we've agreed as a community that it's worth the cost, but understand that that cost is maybe $15 or $20 million a year, all added up. You know, if you took that spent money and divided it by 10 years, I mean, and I'm shooting from the hip on the numbers, but you know, it's a dollar amount that's borne by the whole community. And when you look at that slide that says, hey, most of the people in homes are still people who live and work here, we're all bearing the cost of that. That said, we're choosing to do that through SPET and through the people that we elect, and you know, it's fine. It's a community choice. We just, again, need to look at the whole picture. And thank you for the question.
So that being said, it's interesting. So it's borne by the community, but it's also borne by the state. 75% of those taxes fund our schools. And I find it kind of interesting that they willingly do it, which I don't have a big wreck with it at all. I understand it. But also can see the implications on, as we try to fund our end of the schools, is we're taking a roll down. And then I do question, are they tax exempt on the ones that are actually owned by the city and the county? Do they just flat tax exempt them and not pay taxes at all? Because that's also concerning to me.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know the answer to that, whether or not the ones owned by the local governments are tax exempt or not. I will say that I don't think that they are, I don't think that they are actually deed restricted. Most of the units that are actually owned for town and county employees, they do not deed restrict those. They just manage them as rentals for their staff. But I'm sure somebody behind me has the answer to that question.
We're good. It's fire.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, history has a way of repeating itself, and I'm listening to what you said from the realtor's perspective of, if we kind of got here because of some decisions that have been made over time. So if we continue with those kinds of decisions, then I'm reading into what you're saying, it only exacerbates the situation 10 or 15 years from now versus what happened in other areas where they didn't take the route that's kind of going on here. Am I kind of reading that into what you're saying in a roundabout way? Does that make any sense?
Mr. Chair, yes. We're trying to stick to the facts, you know, but when you start looking at it all and you start questioning, how did we get here? And you look at the chart of every time these decisions were made and things became more restrictive, inventory went down, prices go up, and that's real estate 101, right? So I think we just have to be really mindful of how we proceed from here.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, are you asking us to do nothing? Like, are you saying you just want to just deal with it here locally and run races for town council and county commission and just keep the state out of it? Is that what you want?
Mr. Chairman, our organization is a 501c3, and even though we are allowed to advocate for positions, we generally try to be an information provider. And we don't have any official positions that we've discussed or agreed on as part of our organization. So we're just trying to lay out some foundation and context for any discussions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more question related to your information gathering, just to follow up on the questions from the president related to tax matters. I know you've spent a lot of time developing these resources. Has taxation been looked at? You know, because again, there's so many legal issues here, and I know the lawyers on this panel are probably have their wheels going as fast as mine are. But you know, the discussion that we had earlier with Talise about similarities in constitutions between various states that Mr. McKay brought up, you know, really kind of got me thinking along the lines of our constitution requires, you know, that uniformity provision in our tax structure. And, you know, to the president's comments about giving away essentially other people's taxes in a deed restricted environment also maybe lends itself to some of the equal protection discussions that Representative Stith brought up as far as treating similarly situated people differently because of the deed restriction. And so has your organization or anyone else perhaps that you're aware of taken a look at, this uniformity provision and how this all potentially passes constitutional muster? And if that's not the question for you, I certainly understand, but I think it's an interesting component of this discussion. So your thoughts on that, please.
Mr. Chairman, our organization is a tiny organization. And we work with a lot of volunteer on a volunteer basis. And so, no, we haven't gone into any constitutional issues, legal issues. The data we've collected has been pretty ad hoc. And as far as I'm aware, I haven't heard of discussions of that happening in the public realm either, but I'm sure somebody's better capable of answering that question. Thank you.
Okay, further question? Go ahead.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. So what's the balance of the mitigation fee account? You're proposing some pretty significant changes. What's the balance?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know what the balance is because there are more factors than just the mitigation that goes into it. I believe, and somebody behind me, I'm sure could state this better, but I believe that $10 million has been collected in the last 5 years. I could be wrong about those numbers, but I think it's pretty close. And so mitigation is not the primary funder of even the public projects. I would say the money that comes from the general fund, from the town and county, is a bigger funder. And certainly this spet ballot will be a bigger funder.
Okay, further questions? Ruth Ann. Okay, it's 10:30. Let's take a 15-minute break and we'll proceed on. What do you want to do? Yeah, I think we proposed a couple bills.
For the kids.
Well, it's all based on your assessed valuation, right? Your valuation is lower if you have
Okay, the chair is open, so further public comment, come on up, please. Josh, I'll get to you soon.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Angela Parker. I am the president of the Wyoming Planning Association, also known as WyoPass. And we have been very interested in the housing portion of the Regulatory Reduction Task Force. Sorry, I dropped my phone. So we've been following all of the things that have been discussed, and we are very interested in being a part of this and helping out where we can. Our members are planners throughout the state. So small towns, counties, big cities, we have members in all of those areas. And we have some of the same concerns as the task force does. The protest petition is one of them that's been a concern for a while for our members. One of the big issues that they have as far as housing goes is infrastructure costs. You know, creating new housing requires infrastructure that many communities may not have. And also adequate availability of water. Those are the two biggest issues. And then finding reliable or skilled employees to build those houses as well. And there's also unique circumstances in each community. So we really appreciate the emphasis on local control because of those unique situations, and that blanket regulations probably aren't going to be the thing to go with. A lot of the smaller communities lack the staff and resources to do the permitting to get it done quickly. It's usually in smaller communities a one-person office, and they're working on septic permits, right-of-way permits, building permits, all of those things fall under their purview. And so they have limited time, but they try to get them done as quickly as they can. That's the goal of any planner, is get it done, but they want to make sure that it's done right. Land use planning is different between towns and cities and counties, and that's a big deal as well. There are some areas that aren't interested in growth, and I know that was mentioned yesterday. And I live in a small town here in Wyoming that it's mostly farming and ranching, and there isn't a lot of growth. And everybody likes it that way. We're not saying, hey, nobody come here, but it's just not happening there. And Warland. So we just want to let you know that we are here. Our organization could probably, yesterday there was talk of doing a zoning analysis, and that's something that we could probably do pretty easily within our organization. And I would also like to mention that we have an annual conference this year. It will be held in Cheyenne in August, and we will be having a housing workshop, specifically talking about what the task force has been doing and what other communities are facing. It's going to be a 3-hour workshop, and we'd be happy to have some task force members there if they're interested in attending. So I can send that information to you. So I'm going to turn some time over to Tess Saul. She's one of our members, and she's got some things she wants to talk about.
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, along the lines of those reports, would it be possible for your organization to get us a list of the average time for permitting, both subdivision and permit and plats in all of your jurisdictions of your members? I think something that I would find very.
We can do a poll of our members and get that information. Yeah.
Great.
So what's interesting about that question? We circulated the letter last week to obtain that, and we got a bunch of responses.
Part of the problem is that doesn't tell the whole picture, because if you, for example, here in Teton County, you have to go through a planning, kind of a pre-permit process. And I think we'll hear more about that and how that process works, but What we need to know is the actual times, and not by rule and reg, because if you defer it or if you have a comment and so it goes, you know, and it's another 30 days extension, extension, or if you just are inactive and you don't do anything. So I'm just following up on your question because we need to know the hard numbers, the real numbers versus what, you know, the ordinances or regulatory issues create. So.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. And that's the number I'm looking for, is not the, you know, we will do this, or, you know, it says in the regs that you'll get a turnaround of 120 days, or these are the meeting times. But I know in Laramie County, you know, it's a directive, customer service related from the commission to our building and planning department that permits should be turned around in 10 days. Like, that is a hard and fast number. They give us an average report every month, generally between 9 and 11. So they're getting there, but that's what I'd like, is those real.
This is a conversation I just had with Alan sitting next to you on different DEQ permits last week. So.
Well, and in response to that, Mr. Chairman, there needs to be, I still believe, some statutory timelines that are baked in, so there's a hard and fast stop. The point is that you and I both understand is that even there's a statutory drop dead, it doesn't have to take that long if it's not necessary. So it's more like a guideline than a rule.
Cindy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's incredibly kind of you to offer the talent and expertise of your association to help with some of these data points. And Mr. Chairman, if we decide to take up the generous offer, perhaps another data point would be, in addition to the request from Commissioner Malm as far as an inventory of which jurisdictions, you know, like the zoning update and then the timeline update, would it be too much of an ask to include who also has mitigation fees and deed restrictions as far as those additional data points as you're looking at the jurisdictions across the state, to just kind of help us understand if this is a practice unique to Teton County and the town of Jackson, or if there's other jurisdictions that either, you know, are doing this or have it on the books to do it. So that would be a data point that would be helpful if so inclined. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we do have some of that data that we've collected over the years, and so we could do an update of that, and it shouldn't be too difficult to do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, maybe the clarity on the question the commissioner asked is those that require pre-application meetings and the time from a pre-application meeting to a submittal of a permit. That might give a little better window to the task force as to, okay, we started a pre-planning this project 3 years ago, permit took 30 days, or maybe the pre-application meeting is 90 days prior and they issue that. It's maybe wording of the question to that, getting that additional, do you require a pre-application meeting, and from the final pre-application meeting, what is the submittal of the permit?
Okay, thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to address Ms. Delancey. I can probably give you that data point fairly quickly. Teton County, Town of Jackson is the only entity that is using the mitigation for housing in the way that they are. Other entities use impact fees for different things, but no other town or county that I know of is utilizing it that way.
Okay.
And then I would just also like to say, I'm Tess Saul. I'm from Sublette County. I'm an associate planner there. It's just me and one other guy, my boss. So there's just two of us. And I just wanted to give you a different perspective. I've been following these meetings and I haven't seen other people give their story about their town or county. It's always, there's a lot of focus on Jackson and Teton County, and I appreciate that. So just a little bit about Sublette County and what's happening there. We have more than 3% of private, but we're still pretty restricted to 14.5%. And how the public land runs through our county, I call it the fingers. So we have these little offshoots. It's not restricted to one side and all the growth and development is over here. So that presents challenges. I'm sure everybody is well aware that we have migration corridors that run the entirety of our county. Low, high, medium, stopover areas, everything. We also have sage grouse. I would say 95+% of our county, excuse me, is in core. And more is being taken in with those sage grouse revisions that are happening right now. And what comes with that, specifically the sage grouse, is it does affect private property. You have to do mitigation, and that requires a dollar amount per acre of disturbance. And it's about $6,000-ish per acre of disturbance. And that's presently affecting us. We have our first major subdivision in about 10 years. And it might not happen because of those impact fees. That would be pretty substantial for the developer. That's one thing that's going on. You may have heard about a resort in the northern part of our county that's happening and affecting that community. That's also in our wildlife sensitive area. So I just wanted to touch on that. You know, we don't have the problems that Jackson and Teton County have. We turn around building permits inside of 10 days. Generally, in a busy time, we're probably lagging behind, but we do it all. Land use permits, building permits, we're often the place that people come for easement questions, water questions, which are pretty complex. And so I just worry about state regulation coming down to mitigate some other issues and affecting small counties like Sublette County that only have a staff of 2, and saddle us with doing more. And we just can't do more and implement more. We're doing it all right now. So that's what's happening in Sublette County. And those are the issues that are affecting our development. We do have a large legacy residents crowd that's what I would call them. And there is some resistance to any kind of development, which can be tough because the county and town do need to grow to sustain itself. But we meet quite a bit of opposition for any type of rezone, subdivision, major development, and it can be quite challenging. So that's what we're dealing with.
So this is the regulation reduction task force, not the added regulation task force. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for you. I think that might be helpful, at least in my neck of the woods. You know, you guys had to deal with the boom and bust of, with oil and gas. We're looking at issues with Kemmer, Evanston, Rock Springs, and so on. So with all of the expansions and the things that are going on there, do you have any ideas or solutions of things that we could kind of carry on to these boom and bust areas that helped you with housing that were helpful? I mean, you talked about a quick turnaround. I think that's really impressive with a small group, your planning department. But anything else that you could add?
I would add collaboration with your municipality. Because you want the growth to be centralized in the new municipality and kind of go from there. Do I have a creative solution to housing even in my own community? No, I don't think that there's necessarily one solution or 5 solutions. I look at it as a circle. You affect one thing, it's going to affect this thing in a trickle down effect, and you have to constantly reevaluate housing in my opinion. I think moving forward in the future, that's what will have to happen. We can make changes, small or big, but other problems will crop up. And if people aren't looking at this annually, we'll see a degradation in the whole process. So I am being honest, I don't have a solution. I think all ideas are good ideas at this point. I think tools in the toolbox are critical. I support the idea of looking into housing on state land or public lands. Like I said, we're gonna have a workshop committed to that, where the Forest Service is working with 3 different counties in Colorado doing developments on Forest Service land. And that's a tool in the toolbox. That's not a solution. And, you know, even a step further, working with BLM is probably not a solution either.
Mr. Chairman, in Sublette County for these new subdivisions, the resort and then the other subdivision you mentioned, is the county requiring or are the developers voluntarily constructing animal friendly or wildlife friendly fencing?
Mr. Chairman, they follow the recommendation of Game and Fish. At times, there's conditions put on a development for that purpose and other purposes. And sometimes not. That is the discretion of the county commissioners.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've always had some concerns about the Sage Grouse Implementation Act and the corridors. But I've never heard the discussion about it affects your county in terms of housing. Is it possible for you to give some kind of an idea to this committee, the impact of that? You know, a lot of that's done by the state. I mean, the corridors really is a Game and Fish function. The Sage Grouse is a combination of that working group and Game and Fish and a lot of public input. But I've never heard your side of it in terms of the impact it has on your growth. Can you quantify that?
I wouldn't say I can quantify it. As I said, this situation, I believe, is the first that's ever come up with the Sage Grouse EO as far as a subdivision. And it's the first we've had in 10+ years. I think you would hear 2 opinions, is that the subdivision perhaps should be closer to town. That would require somebody else to sell their land and subdivide it. This is the piece of land that's for sale. It is where it is. It's across the highway from at least 3 other subdivisions in similar size. So it does conform with the area. But because it has exceeded the density threshold for the EO, so there's a DDCT, which is the density disturbance tool that the Game and Fish then comes in and consults, and they give you a calculation of your fees. And you wouldn't know that until you have a pretty solid foundation of what you're going to be doing there. Roads, building impacts, which they do take into consideration. And then they will, like I said, they will charge you a fee of, I think it's in the $6,000-ish range. It's quite substantial. And that money doesn't stay in your county. You know, it doesn't go to helping sage grouse habitat in Sublette County. It goes to the Pathfinder Ranch. They're the only bank in the state. So it's hard to quantify. It's the first of its kind.
Thank you.
Or forever hold your peace. Welcome, Bob.
Morning. Mr. Chairman, I'm Bob McLaurin with WHAM, and I have with me Matt Murdoch. He's the mayor of Pinedale. Came up to speak to you this morning, so he's going to speak on behalf of our association, and I'll jump in with a couple of comments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for the honor to speak with you this morning. I think this is obviously a topic of great concern. I have been mayor now of Pinedale for 6 years. I was vice mayor for 4 years prior to that. I've been on town council. So it's about a total of about 11 or 12 years that I have been on council in Pinedale. I have the added benefit of my family homesteaded Sublette County about 120 years ago. So there's been a Murdoch within 4 miles of Pinedale for quite some time. But I grew up in Jackson. So I went through kindergarten through high school here. My father was actually involved in real estate. So I have the, if you will, triple benefit of having grown up here, seen the development, seen a lot of the mistakes, seen mistakes being corrected, seen the efforts that are going on, and then living directly in a community kind of being impacted also by what's going on in Jackson, but also what's going on in the state. I think it's worth pointing out on the cost of living index that you have before you in your packets that Pinedale scores. I think Sublette County is 4th in the state at 105. We are a fairly expensive state. Just to give you some numbers, our median rent for a 2-bedroom house has increased 51% since 2020. For a 3-bedroom house, it's also increased 51%. Our cost of living has increased 7%. Healthcare has increased 26% just in the last since 2020. So we're seeing a direct impact on this rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in Pinedale, about $1,300. For a 3-bedroom house, if you're lucky, $1,700. Probably not much of a yard and a garage either. So we are seeing an increase in the number of people who want to live in Pinedale. It's a great thing. We love our community. I think Tessa made some very good points that we are working very well with the county and the other towns, but we live in conditions that are unique, whether it be sage grouse or migration patterns and stuff like that. So, but the other benefit is, you know, we also have a very independent minded, and as Tessa said, a legacy oriented population that doesn't like seeing change. So one of the things that I wanted to point out was, just going to go off on a detour for a second, but I don't know if you've ever watched the James Bond movies. James Bond was always a hero when I grew up. And one of the cool things about James Bond was when he ever went into that garage with Q, and Q would give him 15 different tools. And he'd say, don't do this, don't do this, do this. And James Bond never really kind of followed what Q said, but Q gave him the tools. We need the state legislature to give us tools. And these tools are extremely important because then it allows us as local governments to apply those tools into our unique situation. I have the benefit of also being on the WHAM board as well with Mayor Haley Mortensen and Levinson. And we have 99 communities in this state. And I know that the problems in Jackson are unique and garner a lot of national and state attention, but every community is different. And what we need is solutions that give us the ability to locally govern our situations. Town of Pinedale is actually actively involved in exploring affordable housing options. We currently have a piece of property that we're looking to put into deed restriction, so for the record. But we also have a lot of developers who are wanting to solve the problem because the market is saying there's clearly a need for it. So we are trying to be very flexible in changing our zoning, quite often going through lots of discussion, allowing it so you can have multi-residential uses in one location, which takes time. You have to get people to have that discussion. Are we going to do R4? Are we going to do R8? Are we going to allow condominiums on Main Street? And these are all discussions that I think a local community needs to be taking. You know, so one of the things that we often talk about in WHAM, and if anybody knows me pretty well, it's part of my Sublette County upbringing, is we really like to be able to govern ourselves. I think it's one of the things that we as a state don't like it when DC tells us things that we're supposed to do. And we would also really appreciate it when the legislature comes and says, here's the tools we want to give you, but we're going to trust you as locally elected officials to make the decisions. So questions like ADUs and RUs. In town of Pinedale, we have very strict rules about ADUs, and we do allow certain short-term rentals in certain areas, ADUs in other areas. And all of this is open to variance discussions. We actually would prefer to change our code rather than creating tons of variances, because variances just set you up for the next problem tomorrow. And so we actually have a very active council, a very active planning and zoning commission, and also a very active planning and zoning administrator that says when somebody comes in and they want to extend their deck out a little bit further, or put an ADU on their piece of property, or maybe change the zoning in a certain subdivision to allow for 4 or 8 units, we listen and we talk and we go through it. And this process, you know, we're probably looking at several months, but when we're done, most people have been able to have their say. Most people have been able to have their input. They can come into the meetings and give their opinion there, or they can grab me in Ridley's and say, what the hell are you thinking, Murdoch? And sometimes, excuse my language, but it's, you know, that's where local governments comes. When you're walking in the supermarket and you're trying to get your broccoli to get home in time, and your citizens want to talk to you. And we're the ones that live right there with them. And so I think that makes it extremely important from our perspective because we're facing very real issues. Our cost of living is high. Our housing inventory is decreasing. Another problem, just as a side comment, we are working with the Business Council or other things. Our median income in Sublette County is extremely high. They are not able to really distinguish where median income is in Pinedale versus Sublette County. Sublette County is an oil and gas county, and our median income is $24 an hour. I guarantee you, most people in Pinedale aren't earning that. So it's very difficult when you see median income levels going up, but the reality is people living in some of these communities are not earning that. We have a number of people who need affordable housing, not just attainable housing. So that's one of the things that we're working on very hard. We are trying to make those changes. We're actually proactively working with local developers to see if we can partner with them, public-private partnerships, changing of zoning. But I guess my final ask is one other thing I will add. We've explored WCDA funding, and there's a lot of funding out there through the WCDA, and they do a lot of great work. One of the challenges with the WCDA is most of that money is linked to federal HUD funding, and one size fits all. I don't know how a federal government can actually legislate anything, but if we were to use HUD funding and we were to do affordable housing, then every unit has to be 950 square feet with one bedroom and a bathroom. The reality is we have families who have kids, family who wants to live singly. We need to be able to have access to some funds that give us the ability to do non-HUD funding projects that give us. Pinedale's currently got one project that's 55 units that we're wanting to construct if we can get it done. But we don't want to do it with HUD funding because we want to be able to have a family or a single. So again, coming back to the metaphor of James Bond is if you as a legislature can come in and say, hey, let's give them the best tools, they may not always be used the way that you intended. But if we can get the job done and complete the mission and actually take care of our citizens, then I think we all benefit. Thank you very much. And I'm open to questions if you have any.
So you said you had recommendations on what the legislature can do. Can you be specific?
Oh, Bob, you want to go first? We've talked, so.
Well, I think that, I think the mayor makes a good point. Every community is unique, but give the locals the choice. I think areas where we can work with the state, we don't want statewide mandates. We don't believe that's an effective way. And as the mayor said, we don't like it when the feds tell the state what to do. We don't like it when you guys tell us what to do. But I think areas where we can work with you would be the areas around the protest of annexations, the protest of zoning changes, and also some of the time deadlines would be tools that we think we could help work with the state, to expedite the process. I mean, during the last session, we worked with the governor's office on the contractor licensing bill. So we're prepared to work with you to move the process along to try to reduce these costs. But I think one of the things that's been unsaid in all of these discussions is development regulations drive up the cost of housing. That is a fact. But the most expensive piece of that house is the dirt. So what can we do to lower the cost of land? And it was mentioned previously in Summit County, Colorado, there's about 35 acres of federal land that's going to be annexed into the town of Breckenridge. So what can we do with our federal partners? What can we do with the state sections to make more land available? So I don't know if that answers your question, Mr. Chairman. That's the best I can do.
Good morning, gentlemen. One of the ideas that we've talked about last year a little bit and this year leading up to these meetings is the idea of saying, okay, communities don't, when we heard it loud and clear last year, mandates from the Regulatory Reduction Task Force and maybe not held in too high a stead at the local level with the ARU bill and some of the others. But what about going and saying, okay, we want to see housing. The governor wants to see it. The legislature wants to see it. We feel it is a clear and present danger to economic growth around the state. So we ask each community to come up with their own housing plan and do it in the next 3 years and present it to the state. And if you do, then that opens up opportunities, whether it be the state land board, SLIB as far as, help with them putting that housing on the ground. Is that something that you all would consider something, a collaborative effort that we could work in? So that way you'd still have the local control. But we would say, we could go back to our colleagues in the legislature and say, this is how we're trying to move this ball down the field.
So each community would submit a housing plan to the state? Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'd echo that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Chairman,
Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, and Mr. McLaurin and Mayor Murdoch, thank you for being here. It sounds like WHAM is generally not in support of some of the bills that Montana had just because it was issuing mandates, right? But some of them still sound very appealing to me. So I've heard from both the mayor here and my own county commissioner is that there are political pressures on both sides, right? So there are political pressures of folks who don't want any growth in their location. And I think that generally from my belief in my community is that even though, we have some of these forces that want no growth, people, generally the community still wants housing in their community. Some people just don't want it next to their house, right? And so I'm wondering if there are things that we can do on the state level. So maybe it's not one of the Montana bills specifically, but in a way that we can take some of the political pressure off of you as local elected leaders, where you hear your specific neighbor who doesn't want that specific development next to their house. Maybe we can still provide some tools for you, or maybe I'm trying to see how to word this properly. Can we provide some structure for the towns to increase densification, to take that pressure from the individual local electeds where they hear, I don't want that densification near my house. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we want to be your partner and work with you. And so any ideas, we're happy to discuss. I well understand. I mean, there's an affordable housing project. I live about 3 blocks down the street, and the hitching post is going to dump a lot of new units. And I've been an advocate for affordable housing. I support that, but there are 2 sides to this issue. But we would be happy to discuss any particular solution with you, but we are adverse to mandates. But we would have gotten behind that ADU bill. I don't think it came up. Most of our communities are doing that in some way, shape, or form. So we are here to work with you. We appreciate what the state has done in the way of funding of infrastructure. You've been very supportive of local governments, and we really do appreciate that, because these small towns need all the help they can get. So one last comment, if I might, Mr. Chairman. A lot of talk about deed restrictions today, but I do want to go on the record that deed restrictions are absolutely essential if you're going to maintain affordability over the long haul. I know you had a great tour yesterday. I'm not sure you went down Crabtree Lane. Crabtree Lane was the town of Jackson's very first foray into affordable housing. They allowed a developer reduced street standards. They gave small lot sizes. They eliminated sidewalks, and they sold the lots, I think, in the late 70s for $5,000 or $10,000. There is not one house in that subdivision that will sell for less than $1 million today. So without deed restrictions, whatever you put on the ground is going to appreciate, because we do have a tax structure that incents high-end development. I had the opportunity to work in Colorado for 10 years, and I had a number of people tell me they were moving to Jackson, selling their house in Aspen, selling their house in Vail, and moving to Jackson because they saved enough on their state income taxes to pay for their house at Teton Village. So I know that it's very complicated, and Ruth Ann went through all the numbers, but do not underestimate the importance of deed restrictions on long-term affordability. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, so other than modifying or eliminating the protest process for subdivisions, I'm not really hearing you ask for tools from the legislature. I'm sort of hearing you say, leave us alone. I mean, do you think everything's okay? I mean,
I, I don't think we need additional legislation. I am a strong, strong believer that local decision made, the best decisions are made locally. I mean, the mayor said it. I know that the chairman has been a county commissioner. He's been a town council member. You were on the Roxbury. You know firsthand that you can't walk into a grocery store or the post office without hearing from your constituents. I used to avoid, when I was the city manager, I used to avoid going to the post office. Would go at 10 o'clock at night. So I don't think we need additional legislation. We're happy to work with you on anything you think may be helpful. We don't want to be an impediment, and we don't want an adversarial relationship with the state of Wyoming or the legislature. We believe we're partners. 70% of the population of the state of Wyoming live in incorporated cities and towns. So we have the same constituents, but we are willing and able and eager to work with you on any issue that you would deem appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, I think I would echo these remarks as well. And I think the other, the tools are coming back to, I think this is a great question of what would be your 3-year plan? Because I think cities and towns around the state and counties are definitely thinking about housing. I mean, it is a topic at WHAM in our conferences. It is a topic on our calls. It's a topic everywhere. I think finding the ability, as I said, whether it's WCDA funding so that you can go that way, or if a town could go and access some SLIB funds, I think that's great. But also asking us to say, hey, everybody needs to be thinking about this. The other element I think that we have to speak into is planning and zoning is good. WyoPass has done an amazing job and is doing a really good job. And as we say, good fences make good neighbors. I have actually been in discussion with the city of Kemmer. As you're going into that boom, we have specifically gone to the city of Kemmer and saying, you need to revitalize your code because your code's behind. By the time some of this stuff hits you, if you don't have it fixed, you're going to be hurting. And so one of the things that WHAM does, or we've done, is we've stepped in and say, look, you can take some of Wyoming's ordinances and adopt that into Kemmer for your obviously purposes. And that gives us the ability to adapt and, actively, dynamically make the code alive so that it can change. So I do worry, Representative, that we also have a mandate or some sort of state law that then restricts or inhibits us from doing certain things that are useful in Kemmer and Pinedale, but maybe not useful in Warland, for example. And so I think we need to be very open to that, to say, if we are going to do something, I hate to say that, but accessibility to funds. If Pinedale were to build our affordable housing project that I'm looking at, it's probably a $6-7 million project. The town is prepared to offer the land. The town is prepared to do stuff with water and sewer and make all this available, but we still need things to be built. So accessibility there, and I'm not even asking necessarily that it be free. It could just be a loan in the project that we could work in that way. But making those funds available so that it becomes a state priority and there are means to deal with it. But I wouldn't want to say we want to be left alone, but I think it's also, I would ask the legislature, especially this committee, trust us. We are elected locally by citizens every 4 years. We walk among them. If we're doing dumb things, they let us know. And yeah, we are going to do dumb things. I think it was stated earlier. Some of the things that we see in Teton County regarding housing and the complicated 5,000 pages, I don't think Pinedale would ever accept that. But, I would know as soon as we started passing those things that Pinedale wouldn't accept it. So I wouldn't want mandates, but we do appreciate your help. And I know there's a challenge there. It's kind of like, we're going to help you, but, also let you govern.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, honorable committee members. Okay. Thank you. As a 45 years resident in Jackson, Wyoming, I'm Jim Darwish, and thank you. As a 45 years resident in Jackson, Wyoming, a businessman on the town square, and a former county commissioner, I deeply believe in serving our community with a strong emphasis on housing our employees. we have built and acquired over 50 bedrooms in town to do that. Housing is one of the many challenges faced by Teton County, including high living costs, steep property taxes, and residents leaving due to unaffordable living conditions. Despite the great amenities we have, like the hospital, the government services, and the law enforcement, escalating prices driven by investor interest make it increasingly difficult for community members to afford living in the area. Similar challenges are echoed across Wyoming. Our community began building employee housing over 30 years ago. And with each unit we have built, the demand for housing has only increased. This issue is a significant concern for our community as Jackson middle class continues to diminish due to the rising housing cost. And it will be coming the day when we will have no middle class. In the mid-90s, I constructed 6 town houses on 1.5 lots to serve as employee housing for our workforce. It took me 2 months to get approval and less than 1 year to complete the construction at a cost of $100 a square foot. These townhouses were not restricted, and property taxes were fully assessed, and we still pay it till today. Yet they have always been used to accommodate workers in this community. The process was straightforward and uncomplicated. Based on today's regulation, I anticipated that such a project, if we want to do it today, it would be impossible to enter and undertake. In contrast to the successful townhouse project that we did, there was an assisted living facility conversion project that I shared previously with you in last year's meeting. It's a 57-unit facility that housed a use that has failed 3 times. A building in perfect shape, connected to the grid, and sitting empty. Recognizing its value for workforce housing, we purchased this property 3 years ago to benefit our community. Unfortunately, we encountered unexpected hurdles during the approval process, which stretched for 1.5 years. And after numerous open houses and public meeting, we finally received a conditional use permit with over 15 conditions tied to it. Some of the conditions, like the first condition, straight said, if anything illegal condition in it, you have to come back through the whole process. Second condition that it's also a bit different, it's we were banned to use the property till all the litigation goes. That's stemmed from a lawsuit from the neighbors suing the Teton County Commissioner for a process that they told us to use. We have nothing, so we have to sit down and go through legality through the Supreme Court. Finally, we prevailed, or the county prevailed. Third condition, and this is a really fun condition. It's required from us, even this is already built, even this does not really gonna cause a lot of transportation and cars movement. One of the condition, it says we have to do a TDM, transportation demand management plan. And we have to go back every year to be approved. And nothing we can do till the commissioners approve this TDM plan. And what's really funny is that nowhere in the LDR would tell you how to do it. Where is the numbers of extra trips you have to do it or whatever. Okay. The hurdles. So what we thought it was a great project to help the community, it really didn't come out that way. The hurdle to private development in Teton County are continuously increasing. Lengthy processing times for building application impede efficient development. These numerous regulation and obstacles drive the cost up and hinder housing affordability. Additionally, Teton County considering introducing now a new requirement where the development, if a development or reuse project generate and increase 30 trips per peak period, must devise a transportation demand plan. That's the demand plan I was talking about that was put upon us. Okay, these plans, what's TDM plan? I'm sure you're all aware of it. It's usually used for a big, like Teton Village, okay? You gotta do that. But this is now, it's gonna be a routine. If any development, 30 trips more. That's my daughter-in-law drives 30 trips every day because she has 3 kids, soccer games, and grocery stores and work, etc. I mean, okay. For example, they can come and make you do enclosed short-term and long-term bike storage. I'm sure you saw the streets when you came into this building with both sides for bicycles. I love the pathways. I support the pathway. But when you look into those areas that it's preserved for bicycle and you don't see a single bicycle on it, you say, wait a minute, it's a bit too much. Okay. Also, you have to support the transportation service, providing electric bikes, car sharing option, and others. These requirements pose a significant financial burden to private developer with costly studies and annual reviews. While some may claim that the housing situation is improved through joint venture and public projects as the one you have seen, the reality often reveals a stark contrast. For every person that is housed by taxpayers, there are many, many more individuals we're waiting out there, and they are paying the price for whatever it was provided. Some enduring worsening condition in substandard housing compared to the year before. Nothing is free. To me, the way I see it, if you have a roof that is leaking totally, you come and you take a little tiny corner and you fix it, you have not solved the problem. To address these challenges and promote equality, equality within the housing sector. It's crucial to ensure that private sector receives equivalent privilege to the public, similar to what the public sectors have in construction. Cost reimbursement and streamlined process can help alleviate these housing crises. Fostering transparency and equitable access to housing fund can motivate the private sector to contribute to affordable housing solution. To enhance the current situation, the following action can be considered. Enforce time restriction for permit approval and streamline statewide processing timelines. This is going to happen in Sheraton. This is going to happen in Cody. This is going to happen everywhere. This is it takes so long to process an application. And this can be fixed all over the counties. That's restrain bureaucratic influence across Wyoming to prevent unnecessary obstacle and regulation in construction. Chairman, I'm answering Mr. Stitt's question that he focusing only on health, safety, and well-being. Reinstate statewide family subdivision in zoning matters, allowing land division to maintain community bond for residents, friends, and all individuals born in Wyoming. Counties should streamline planning and building departments by designating essential position only, similar to other county services. I mean, the clerk is fixed, every others is fixed. Why don't we do the planning, say, okay, you limit it to 1, 2, 3. If you want to do farther, there is a lot of services where we can hire. These are just a few ideas. It's clear to address this issue, we have to promote equality of housing between private sector and government. And that might help us to keep our community together a little bit. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Darwich, nice to see you here. I have 2 questions. One, I do think what I've heard a lot from our community specifically, I mean, I'm sure it happens in other communities too, is that delay in decision-making makes it really hard for private developers to have certainty on whether they know they can have a project or not. And so I do think trying to figure out if there's a way for us to make that faster so decisions can actually be made and you either say yes or no, and then everyone can move on with their lives rather than just dragging it on over and over, which is a bad way to kill a project, frankly, in my opinion. If you don't want the project, just vote no, say you don't want the project. So I do think that that's something that we can talk about for the state level. The number 2, one of the Montana bills they had was one that required municipalities to allow for mixed use zoning. So if you have something zoned commercial, it would require the ability to put multi-unit dwellings on top of that. I know that your parcel wasn't in town for that specific project, but if it was, would that be something that you think would have helped your specific situation of putting those dwellings on that parcel?
My parcel is not in town, but my parcel is the only parcel zoned commercial with almost no limitation what kind of commercial you can have on it. I mean, this was a part of PUD, which it went to the Supreme Court. So to answer your question, creativity is we should not be limited. Wherever we can have a house to house people, we should do it. Any building that it's built 2 levels and in the back there is area, throw an apartment there. It helps the town. It helps to have a vivid. I mean, people when they walk in the alley and they see cat on a balcony, it's wonderful. So it's I agree with you, and I think multi-use building is everywhere. Have a dog, which we have more than the number of the people in this county. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Charlotte Reynolds. I work for Teton County School District. I'd like to thank you all for coming here to Jackson to learn and understand about the impacts that housing is having on our community. Our district is not unique to any other large employer in our community as we face challenges in recruiting and retaining qualified employees. As a public school district, our purpose is to educate kids. Our purpose is not to develop housing. However, we don't have a choice. We have to figure out solutions to house our employees. Otherwise, we are not able to deliver the high quality education that our kids deserve and our families expect and our state requires. Additionally, as a state-funded entity, we don't have the option to just pay our staff more so they can afford to live here. The state funding model doesn't really support that. So the reality of a single-family home is just out of reach for not only our teachers, but our custodians, our bus drivers, our food service employees. We estimate that about 35% of our employees live in neighboring communities and commute to work. And that's great, except for when a winter storm closes the pass or the canyon. We are at a point where we cannot operate school because on those days, because so many employees are unable to get to work. That impacts parents' ability to go to work. So all of this has this ripple effect that is significant to our community. Each year, we lose between 30 and 50 employees, some to retirement, but the majority to relocating out of our community because they simply are not willing to continue to make the sacrifices necessary to live here. Having to move 2-3 times in a given year, the upheaval, the stress that causes prevents them from doing their jobs well because they're distracted by the lack of stable, affordable, and accessible housing. And that affects our ability to do our jobs. I just wanted to, as a public school, an arm of the state, we are bound to carry out, meet the state standards, standardized testing, meeting all of those requirements that are appropriate and what we expect, what we should expect our schools to be doing. But when we're challenged with this housing crisis, it just becomes really difficult to carry out our mission. The last thing I would mention is that with all new development, whether it's a business, whether it's housing, all of that development has impacts on our public infrastructure, including our schools. So if we, I just think it's important to recognize the need for a balance between mitigating impacts and considering the cost of what those impacts have on development. Because the fact is, with development come more students in our schools and greater challenges for us to be able to deliver on the basket of goods. So with that, I thank you again for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Please, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlotte, thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks for being here. And I thank the board for allowing you to come today. Question, you said, how many units is the Teton County School District put on the ground for their teachers?
Well, if you exclude the Schwabacher development, which are ownership units managed by the Housing Trust, those 11 units are for district employees. We currently have 13 units that are rental units within the county, and we are in the process. My understanding is you all took a tour yesterday, and the location of our new 24-unit project that will be breaking ground, hopefully in the next month or two. 24 units adjacent to Jackson Hole Middle School will add to that inventory. We know based on a survey we did of our staff, to meet the current demand or current need of our employees, we need approximately 250 additional units.
If I can follow up, sure. And follow up, what approximately, just ask for a ballpark here, has the board set aside dollar-wise for those units?
So the 24 units are, those were SPET funded. We are one of the entities that received SPET funding in the last go round. So the voters approved for our district to receive $16 million to construct those units. We are in the process of reviewing bids now. $16 million to construct 24 units. We're eking it out. So that's just reflects the cost of development. When recognizing that the land was already within the district's purview.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here today. I did have a couple questions. Does the Teton County School District offer any sort of housing allowance to their employees? And also, we talked about yesterday on the tour that for some of the workforce housing, they get preference points or whatever. Can you explain, do teachers get extra preference points, or is that something maybe they also need to look at? Maybe teachers need to get an additional preference point or something like that.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. We do not currently offer a housing stipend or anything along those lines. It's just not within the district's budget allowances to provide that. In terms of the selection process, we currently have a lottery system where employees receive a lottery entry for each year of service. They also receive an entry for additional responsibilities they take on, meaning that the more you contribute and the more you are involved in the operation of the school district, that service is recognized with the lottery system. And so then that there is a drawing based on those entries. We are in the process of reviewing our selection criteria in advance of the additional 24 units coming online.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I understand the housing, the unit availability and everything and all the challenges there. But if I remember correctly, you mentioned that for some employees or teachers having to move 3, 4, 5 times a year puts added stress on. That seems to be maybe a different type of housing issue. Could you explain what drives the requirement that they must move?
Mr. Chair, my reference to the frequency of employees having to move units, they're leasing an apartment, their landlord, or they're leasing a home, their landlord sells the unit, they have to move. Their rent increases dramatically. They can no longer afford to live in that unit. They have to move. So a piece of the challenge is not only the affordability, the accessibility, but the stability of housing as well. And all of those pieces, all of those factors combine into, I think, a really complex housing crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. I'm probably thinking out of the box a little bit, but has a school district ever thought about approaching either the city or the county, if there's a subdivision, about possibly waiving those mitigation fees? Because, you know, the education is so important, and you guys, I know, are outgrown, you're growing out of your schools, not being able to get folks here to do the teaching, and where the state is, you know, we're very specific in terms of what you can be paid according to the model. Have you ever thought about that?
Mr. Chair, in terms of mitigation, the town and county have been very supportive and working with the school district. I think some of our concerns come with additional development that impacts our community. You know, we all want our local workforce to stay here more than a few years. We want them to stay, you know, have their families here, have their kids come through our schools. So we just need to recognize that with more development come impacts to our schools. That is just more kids means more teachers, means more, food service workers, more bus drivers. All of those impacts affect our ability to carry out our primary purpose of educating students. So I think as this committee discusses, as our community discusses housing, just recognizing that all of those factors impact our public services and infrastructure, including schools. Thank you.
Hey, my name's Jen, maybe. Yes. My name is Jen Ford, and the hat I'm wearing today is resident of Teton County, resident of Wyoming, and citizen of the United States of America. And so I want to start by talking about the discussion of local control. As you can all clearly see, I am a Black woman. And if I had been relying on local control to get the things I need to be able to move freely in this country, it wouldn't have happened. So I don't like it when I'm told that I'm not supposed to go to Cheyenne to say something, or when I'm not supposed to go to the feds to say something. That's just my personal opinion. So I want to start there. Secondly, you've already heard some allusion to people coming down to Cheyenne a couple years ago. Well, I was one of those people. We had a luncheon up here, and then we had spoke in front of the Joint Minerals and Economic Development Subcommittee. I don't think, as a resident, we want you guys to be overreaching or prescriptive, but I do think what we wanted and what many of us want, and we can't even say it because of the nature of the climate right now, is some of the things that are going down here are not right. And we are using great regulation, great strategy to weaponize against the development of housing. It costs more, it takes longer, and that's not an accident. And so it's not so much that we think the state should come in and say, you got to do this many ARUs, or you have to have this kind of LDRs. But I don't think it's right when citizens like myself are called commercialists, developers, shill for developers, when all we're really saying is, I've been here 24 years. Most of my friends who were here 24 years aren't here now. Most of you have seen me in my role as economic development. If our #1 export is energy, our #2 export's young people. Teton County is rare in the sense we all have this problem. You all have seen me in other counties with other hats on. But in Teton County, we are the rare breed that we've got developers, we've got construction, and we've got nonprofits standing ready to build, and we don't build. And that's okay. But I think as a citizen of Teton County and a resident of Wyoming and a citizen of the United States, I ought to be able to talk to whomever I want when I think something's not right. So I just want to say that. I'm not asking you guys to usurp local control, but I am saying that we need to call foul when something's foul. So those are just my comments. And thank you very much, Task Force, for your time. And if you have any questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Ford, if you could be up here on this task force, what would you think would be the appropriate move for us to do?
I know you've asked just about everybody that, and I've been standing in the back thinking about it, but I think we need to have a hard look at our timelines. I think it starts there. Again, I've been here 24 years. I've had a ton of friends in the planning and zoning department, most of whom are gone now. But the carrying cost of a project also exponentially increases the cost of a project, not just those pages that you saw referenced in a previous report. If it takes 3 years to do something, that's 3 years of carrying costs. Whether it's a commercial loan, a construction loan, that's 3 years you're sitting on interest and everything else. And again, I know I can already feel the daggers staring at me. I don't mean any harm. I think everybody is trying to do the right thing, but when it's wrong, it's wrong. And when working people are suffering, I think we ought to say, why does it take 4 years to get a house built? I just think that's a question that this regulatory task force should ask. I have other hats that I wear. I think we could ask the same question in some of our other spaces as we try to bring in new economies and things like that. But I think no more flagrant is it the gamesmanship of these timelines. And maybe we do something like we have for speedy trial. You know, if you can't get it together in a certain amount of time, you violated somebody's property rights and you got to go back to the board. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chairman, President. My name is Taylor Phillips with EcoTour Adventures here in Jackson. And I'm here today to, kind of share my story, a bit of a case study that kind of shows maybe a partially broken system here in Teton County. And so, I came out to Jackson in 2002, and I was one of those folks, living down by the river in my van. I've done everything from, kind of bang nails, worked in restaurants, worked for different guide services, and figured I wanted to do things a little bit differently. I wanted to create an environment, a business where I took better care of my people and provided a better experience for the guests that come to the amazing state of Wyoming. And I wanted to do that while supporting the community and the natural resources. So in 2008, I started Jackson Hole EcoTour Adventures, and we take wildlife viewing and natural history programs into the parks. And for the first couple of years, it was just myself. 18 years later, I look back and I was like, wow, I've got 20 year-round full-time employees where I provide health insurance, retirement packages for staff, paid training. And I do my best to serve this community and the state, being on a few different state boards. And I try to do the best thing I can. And one time I failed was every year when I renew my business license. I just inadvertently, did not change the address of my new location. So I changed that address this past winter, and then that flagged the town of Jackson. Okay, Taylor, you need a conditional use permit to operate, off of Gregory Lane. Great, awesome. I get it. Let's go down that route. And there's housing mitigation that needs to come into play here. Okay, well, what does that look like? Well, okay, well, we'll use the mitigation credit from the previous use, and then so you're applying for a different use that involves a larger multiplier. So unfortunately, the previous use was one of the lower multipliers, and the current use that I'm proposing is the largest multiplier. So about 1,000 square feet of my business where I operate out of, the mitigation fee comes to $259,000. So that's about a quarter of what I bought this property for. Jackson has a housing problem. I get it. And I'm totally available and here to do what I can to help in terms of paying into the problem. I have staff that I have staff members that are taking advantage of the affordable opportunities. I have staff members they've purchased free market homes. I have staff members that are living in their van down by the river, the whole gamut. But oh my gosh, $250,000, like that is squashing the small business entrepreneurial spirit, which I know is the lifeblood of this community and communities across the state. So, and I know like folks behind me in this building and, electeds, like everyone's doing the best they can. And they've done amazing things. And I think, I don't know, I was very hesitant to come up here today for a couple of reasons. One is, no one likes to speak publicly, right? And then also like, it's, the elephant in the room, right? Okay, we've got the state, we've got the county and town, and, that like, there's been this dynamic over the years, between Teton County and the rest of the state. And it's one dynamic that in the last few years, I've been, a personal mission of mine is to like further kind of like, let's like heal some of these wounds. And being up here today, I sincerely did not want to further broaden that gap, because that's not good for anyone. So yeah, I guess, yeah, I want to just emphasize that good things are being done here. And, you know, and there are situations like mine where there are gaps, there are holes in the current process. I think we all can understand that and see that. And, you know, I want to encourage, you know, kind of the local entities here, electeds and officials and employees to, you know, to kind of like push forward a little bit to, you know, make some of these changes. So, you know, small businesses like mine are not being strangled. And I think that like locals here are a bit scared to move forward. And I know there have been recommendations previously that would have, you know, prevented my situation from occurring if we weren't so scared, I guess. Because y'all are a scary group, right? Yeah. So yeah, I don't expect this group to move on my situation. Like I understand, like there's nothing that this group can do. But I do want all parties involved just to, you know, gosh, really, you know, look under every rug for possible solutions. We need housing, and businesses that are here, like we understand that, hey, we're here because of this vibrant economy, and like we do want to contribute, but it has to be realistic, it has to be reasonable.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt you, but can you give us a couple more details about your business when it changed locations? Was that from the county to the town, or was it just from one part of town to the other part of town, for example? And did your business change in scope, or I mean, did you go from just doing, I don't know, guided hiking tours to suddenly you're flying people by helicopter out to look at wildlife or something? I mean, I get the impression that your business the scope of your business didn't really change all that much. What changed is you now have a $259,000 bill you have to pay.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Chairman, thank you for the question. Yeah, the scope of my business has not changed. I started the business in my apartment, and then 6 years ago, you know, I bought this space. And it has enabled, you know, the business to grow a little bit, not significantly. But yeah, gosh, it's an incredibly competitive market. So that is more of the constraint than anything else. So I haven't built anything. I just moved locations of my business.
Chairman, follow up. So what are you going to do? I mean, did you just happen to have $250,000 of extra cash in your pocket and you just gave it to the government and said, this is great and thank you? Or what happens?
Oh, yeah, great question. So I am in the infancy part of this process. So, you know, what that looks like to me right now is, you know, the reason I'm here, one of the reasons I'm here is just, I feel like the more people that are in the know of the situation, and maybe folks will have an idea for me of avenues, pathways to take. I'm not looking to, you know, weasel my way out of anything. But like, I feel like I need to advocate for what I feel is just. And the situation I don't feel is right.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say, I think the U.S. Supreme Court would agree with you.
Chairman, yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question from Representative Stiff, because I think that's part of what you were getting at, is especially for a business that's moving, not a new business coming in to compete in a new market. Are you required to pay that in a lump sum, or are there options to, well, like a payment plan? You're an existing business, you simply moved. Are there options, like you said, if you have to pay, you have to pay, but are there options in how you pay?
Chair, yeah, thank you for the question. It's my understanding that that sum is required in a lump sum before I'm able to renew my business license.
So you can't operate your business without you can't operate your business until you get your business license, and you have to pay the fee before you can get a business license. Is that the sequence?
So, Chairman, so the town has granted me a grace period that I can continue to operate. And that deadline comes up this coming winter season.
Very nice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for being here and helping us kind of understand that we've really been given a lot of information over these past few days. Do you know what the fees the mitigation fees, like what will those fees go towards? Like, do you understand that as a business owner, as far as like you're being asked to pay this amount? Do you understand what those fees are paying for?
So Chairman, and thank you for the question. It's my understanding that housing mitigation fees goes to support affordable housing opportunities in the county and town.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. So you're being asked to provide your resources to underwrite a greater good, like a greater effort besides just your employees, correct? Is that my understanding, or is that your understanding?
So Chairman, so yes, to the question, yes, my efforts are going towards to supporting this community, which I very much benefit from, and where I have current staff members that have taken advantage of affordable housing opportunities that I assume have likely been built from previous businesses, investment. So I'm not against, paying a reasonable amount. And I guess, to this note, currently I own 2 houses where I house 7 of my current employees at a reduced rate of $700 a month. But unfortunately, that doesn't really count towards anything. Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Co-Chair Guru, Co-Chair Nicholas, members of the task force. Before I begin, please refer to a handout that was distributed. It's a timeline from the Jacksonville Gill Housing Timeline from 2020 to 2024. I will. Thank you. My name is Nikki Gill. I'm here today with my dad, Robert Gill, of the Jackson Hole Hereford Ranch, regarding our efforts to supply needed housing on our 6th generation family-owned and operated cattle ranch. Today, as requested, we gave you a timeline of the complex and highly detailed planning process for housing on our private land in Teton County. As you can see from the timeline, the process has been time-consuming and costly. Yesterday, you toured a private-public partnership, and you have seen public projects. Ours is a private land, private nonprofit partnership that does not require taxpayer subsidy for the land or for the vertical construction. As you can see from the timeline, we are in our 4th year of a county prescribed process that went from our initial proposal of 65% deed restricted housing that was proposed in 2020 to the county's regulations for 70% deed restricted housing, which was approved in 2024. It is helpful to note that 4 years ago, interest rates were low and housing construction costs were significantly less. In addition, there were hundreds of members of our community that could have been housed, but were forced to leave for lack of housing supply. 4 years later, we are where we are, and we are not here today to complain. Rather, we are here to inform, to get to the point of seeing housing that taxpayers don't have to subsidize. Our goal is to get through the next phase of the county process, which requires our submission to the county of a master site plan for our family, the Gill Family Acres, which includes land for 420 homes on land that will be free to nonprofit developers. We need the county to review and approve the master site plan expediently and without adding hundreds of thousands of dollars in submittal requirements. The county's regulations for Northern South Park have already been approved and are highly detailed. The approved regulations for Northern South Park cover over 50 pages in the land development regulations, detailing everything from parking requirements, setbacks, density, fencing standards, and lot standards to requirements on housing, on how building frontages next to pathways and parks must be designed. We have a team of professionals right now preparing the high level of detail required by the regulations for the master plan submission. We want to get that submitted ASAP, but the level of detail required means it will be months away. A costly and lengthy master plan approval process will hinder housing and hinder housing that taxpayers do not have to subsidize. We are concerned, based on our experience so far, that the goalposts for the master site plan approval will be moved despite all the hard work to date that the master site plan, and that the master site plan will either be further delayed or rejected. The only thing we can do is work within the known set of regulations approved just a few months ago and ask that the county review them expediently and keep cost, time, and process barriers out of the process. We want to get to the construction phase. We want to get to the phase where people in need of homes move into these homes planned for Northern South Park. We have a unique and wonderful project that can make a positive difference for housing not paid by taxpayers, either in land or vertical construction. To us, that makes sense. We have hope and we have determination. What we don't have yet, neither as landowners, nor does the county have as regulators, is certainty that we can get to the finish line without more and more delays and costs. Thank you. I stand for question.
Mr. Chairman, this may be sort of a question to both the Gills, if you don't mind. I grew up on a farm and ranch in Montana, and my family still farms and ranches there. There just wasn't room enough for all of us. But as I understand this, the Gill family has been farming or ranching on that land for a long time. And now you're willing to forego that portion for ranching, but build deed restricted houses where otherwise you could build market houses and gain from the appreciation, but yet you're willing to forego that if you can get your project built. Would that be a fair assessment?
Mr. Chair, we were asked a little over 4 years ago by several local electeds to see if we would be part of the solution to our housing crisis. We were asked if we would bring forward a proposal that provided affordable housing in addition to some market rate housing. And as a family, we thought about it. It took a few months to kind of get to the point where we were okay giving up some of the ranch land for housing. It wasn't an easy decision, but we felt that the community was suffering and that we could help be part of that solution. So as a family, we decided that we would put forward a proposal. And we did. And it was rejected 5-0. And that was the 65% deed restricted proposal.
Thank you for doing this, and Mr. Chairman, and I'm a small businessman and time is money, and I've been through nothing like what you're going through, but where I've gone to try to get something done, and you know, the bureaucracy says, well, we'll get to it next week. Well, every day I lose money waiting for the bureaucracy. And I as a native of Wyoming, I appreciate you trying to work within your community to make it better and do what you did. But in reality, the time is money, and by the delays, if you'd have been able to go with a private sector driven development, maybe within a year or so, it'd have been in place, maybe early 2021, 22. How much? I mean, can you quantify the amount of money that this might have? And I mean, it seems to me like it's a lot of money. And
Mi-
if you were really trying to do what's right from the governmental perspective, you know, they would have seen that, and there would have been other ways to have done this that would have been beneficial. Just seems to me that it's an endless circle you're caught in. You try to do something, you just get it rejected. You try something else, you get it rejected. In the meantime, the costs go up. The solution hasn't been reached.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. To be clear, we were asking for a rezone. I just was told I needed to make sure that was clear. So we proposed a rezone request for our property that would provide the affordable housing. As far as the cost, to prepare the required level of application detail, participate fully throughout those 4 years of a very complex local government process with studies and hearings, we went well above a 6-figure amount for this process that we were asked to participate in. Consultants, experts, planners, lawyers, et cetera, all come with a significant cost. But aside from the cost that our family incurred, there was a cost to the community that was incurred. And 4 years ago, like I said, interest rates were significantly less, building costs significantly less. And another cost was the cost of loss of our community members, which left in droves in the last 4 years, more so than any other time period where either of us have been alive.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at some of the information received earlier, you know, further delays at 2026, you know, that, I mean, I would have to wonder if it'll even happen. I mean, you know, the more you give, the more they want to take, seems to me. I guess that's not a question.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Gill, thank you for being here today. I have a couple questions. So the county is stipulating basically the covenants. In my neck of the area, the developer and the builder decide on the covenants for the subdivision. Like if you need a white fence or your fence has to be, you know, tan vinyl or whatever. Is it correct that they are stipulating some of these things?
Mr. Chair, would it be okay if I brought up one of my consultants who's, yeah, I'm gonna phone a friend as far as the level of detail that you're asking about. Thanks.
Hello, Amberly Baker. I'm the attorney for the Gill family on this project. Mr. Chairman, Senator Jones, because we are asking for a rezone, the land was zoned rural, which allowed one unit per 35 acres. We came up with a creative way to partner with nonprofits to achieve that rezone. And those nonprofit partners, when they build affordable housing, it has to be deed restricted in order for those nonprofit partners to basically satisfy the IRS requirements. So that is a requirement of our nonprofit partners that they are deed restricted so that they're truly affordable.
One more question, and I'm not sure if you have the answer to this, but I know when we took the tour yesterday, some of the projects in town, I think they said were a 4-month permit process. So are you aware of what is the difference? Were those public partnerships and that move them ahead of the game for everyone, or is there a different reason? Do you know the answer to that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Jones, yes, the town has within the town jurisdiction, they have a unique process now that's, I think, relatively new, which is if you are 100% deed restricted project, you can go much more quickly through the process. You can get straight to a building permit. And so that really speeds up the process. And that is something that we looked at doing in Northern South Park and talked about, but that is not in the regulations right now. For our project, which is a mix of, well, it's 70% deed restricted homes, 30% free market homes. we have to first have this master site plan approved, and then we have to get a development plan approved. And then we can go to building permit. In addition to, you're gonna need, gravel potential, permits to move dirt. There's some other permits at that building permit phase. But because we're in the county and because the way the regulations were written, we cannot go straight to a physical development permit.
Mr. Chairman, for the Gills or their attorney, just a question about the 65% and the 70%. Sort of where did that number come from? Does it have any relationship to the impacts of your private development, or is it more of just whatever it was, you were just trying to reach a number that the local governmental authority would accept?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stipe, excuse me, the 65% is a number that our community has, it's kind of we're trying to house 65% of our workforce locally. And so when we first came forward, that was the number that we felt would help reach that goal.
Family units.
I didn't hear that last part of your
So
question.
the 70% that you're doing deed restricted, how many units is that on the development prop?
On the Gill side, remember there are two landowners. So just speaking for the Gill side, that's 420 deed restricted homes.
So I'm just trying to do the numbers. If the average sale price of a home in Teton County is now $3 million, you're doing 420 deed restricted, that takes them down to $300,000. That lost revenue is almost in the billions of dollars. I mean, it's enormous, right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nicholas, excuse me. We, as part of the rezone, will be able to develop 180 free market units. Now, those units, because of the zoning, are smaller units. They are not, they're based on town zoning. So the lots you see in town with higher density is what we will be able to do. And so that does help subsidize the fact that we are giving the land at no cost to these nonprofit partners who will then undergo a significant financing and philanthropy effort to fund the construction of those homes over time.
Go ahead. Stacey.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I think I have one more question. Sorry. Okay, so the mitigation fees, I'm assuming those are astronomical out there, but do you only pay those on the 180 lots that are, or is it on the whole subdivision? And how does that work? Does the developer, I mean, in the long run, I'm sure it's added to the purchase price, but did the developer pay those up front?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Jones, the mitigation fees are not charged on the deed restricted homes. They are on the free market homes, and it depends on the size of the home, whether or not they will apply or not. At this time in the county, I believe it's anything under 2,500 square feet is not charged that fee, those fees. And like I said, our free market homes will be smaller products.
$24.99.
No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you answered most of the questions I had, but just a couple of other ones that came to mind was, I understand the rezoning probably took some time, but I look at this timeline and at 5 years of it's just nonsense to me. And so I'm a little concerned about maybe some of the barriers that were put up. And I think those are the things that we should take a real hard look at in terms of just even statewide, and I would assume that the county is probably even less restrictive than the city in terms of some of the things, but I did want to ask about just the homes that you're building. Are there a lot of restrictions on not just the size, but what they look like? Could you answer that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, thanks for the question. The regulations that were adopted, we worked really closely with the county staff on those. That ended up being quite a collaborative process. And we modeled the zone after town zoning. And there are quite a few requirements as to um, more of not so much design and what they have to look like. There will be design guidelines within each subdivision, but it was more of kind of the size of the home, setbacks, how close they have to be to parks, parking requirements, things like that, kind of the basic land use restrictions that you see in town zoning.
Okay, further questions? Robert, you got any comments? Okay.
We appreciate it.
Any
Thank
other
you.
comments?
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Well, now, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Honorable Task Force on Deregulation. I'm Mark Newcomb, Teton County Commissioner, and this is Ryan Hostetter, who is the Senior Long Range Planner for Teton County. We want to, I guess I'll briefly kind of give an introduction and try and stay on task and relatively focused, but I do want to provide a little bit of a background from someone who did grow up here. And hopefully that background will lead into Northern South Park. And we can talk a little bit about Northern South Park from the perspective of a local elected official, as well as the perspective of a planner tasked with an immensely difficult task of following the directives of the community and we electeds to come up with a plan so that we can have substantial amounts of housing in Northern South Park. I was the beneficiary of rezoning Teton County. Four river guides and mountain guides got together. They bought a 5-acre parcel up on what is now called Heck of a Hill. They divided it between themselves, 1.25 acre each. They drilled 2 wells. They shared the wells to save money. And they were able to raise families. My family raised 2 kids that got PhDs in college and 1 ski bum. The 1 ski bum eventually got elected as a county commissioner, surprisingly, and here we are today. I watched as this valley grew from about 2,500 people when I was born to about 25,000 people now. The first zoning kicked in 1978 and up on my neck of the woods. Those holders of 5-acre properties subdivided before that rule kicked in so that they weren't impacted because they wouldn't have been able to subdivide after that. The nexus, the health and safety nexus for that initial zoning was water quality. 3 acres was the lot size minimum to protect water quality. 6 acres was the lot size minimum if the water table was high and close to ground level. Between 78 and 94, a lot of subdivision happened. I worked in high school on the only golf course in town up at north of town at the Golf and Tennis. Almost by the time I had graduated high school, the Teton Pines had kicked in, a massive development with a golf course where former Vice President Dick Cheney used to have a home. Maybe he still does. It wasn't workforce housing. Going on through, we then adopted the 94. So every set of land development regulations, of course, has to be driven by a comprehensive plan. So big community process to come up with a vision for the community as reflected in a comprehensive plan. Then the elected sit down with a lot of support from staff and try and craft the black and white regulations to implement that vision. 94, the vision, let's try and preserve more open space in the rural county. However, let's also include tools to try and promote more dense housing. Yes, there would need to be some associated open space conserved as part of that. Now, between 78 and 94, there were a few significant subdivisions. Those subdivisions resulted in some of that conserved, deed restricted open space that we now feel like we're constrained, we can't build on it anymore, but resulted in dense subdivisions for Cottonwood Park, resulted in dense subdivision for Melody Ranches. Now the homes in Cottonwood Park were initially on sale for $300,000. Now they're on sale for $2 million. The homes in Melody Ranches were originally for sale, free market, or they might have been, that was closer in the early 90s. So they probably were on sale for $300,000, $400,000, maybe $500,000. Now they're on sale for $2.5 to $3 million. One key question that we commissioners face when we are addressing land development regulations, when we are addressing the development of these open spaces. And when I say open spaces, I want to pause for a minute. And I want to say that, speaking personally, I absolutely honor the ranching families who have preserved those open spaces. They held on to their land and continued to ranch, and they have a ton to be proud of. While some families have subdivided their land or turned it into golf resorts with associated subdivisions, those subdivisions are now selling cabins for $6 million. Those hanging on have preserved scenic vistas, maintained large open spaces free of invasive species. I can't keep the weeds out of my lawn, preserved clear streams and clean air, all while dodging wolf and bear predation and fending off brucellosis. I and others in the community truly honor their sheer tenacity and wonder why they do it. But when it comes to their private property rights and how they're going to get deployed, especially if we're talking about workforce housing, I ask, and we saw information earlier from Jackson Hole Working, who really did a good job presenting very accurate data and asking the key question. If we had more supply, would we be housing more workers? That depends on if you think supply and demand are traditional and the slope of the demand curve is not horizontal. If it is, an outward shift of supply brings prices down. And I just drew this up, so I'm sorry that I can't pass it around to each of you. Or, so here's $2 million where we are now for a typical single family home. And you shift the supply curve out, you go from say 350 units sold last year, or I don't know how many are on the MLS, and you go out to 500 units, just making up numbers. Maybe you bring the median price down to $1 million. That's success. That's a vision that I think a lot of us share. Or is the demand flat? And no matter how far out we shift that demand curve, are those developers who are savvy, working with those realtors who are savvy, going to continue to find buyers anywhere around the world for $2 million homes? That's a tough question to answer. And I have felt often as if I'm in a Clint Eastwood film when I'm up here trying to make that call. Do you feel lucky, son? So Northern South Park is a graveyard for development proposals where we electeds waffled, staring down the barrel of that gun. Time to make the call. Boy, I sure support workforce housing. But those neighbors, they're calling me all kinds of mean and nasty things, to quote Arlo Guthrie, and I just don't think I have the stomach for it. Voted no. 2 annexations in Northern South Park. One wasn't even DOA, but it got referendum and was dead. The 4 town councilors who voted for it didn't survive election. The one who opposed it did. outside of the northern South Park in those hayfields that you probably saw yesterday, we had big proposals, a really beautiful proposal for, I think it was 500 units on 288 acres, a significant amount for the workhorse, for the workforce, who are the workhorses of the community. Beautiful sketch plan proposed, it died. Right about that time, that was around 2006, 2007. Right around that time, proposals came out for a 3 ranches plan, died. Prior to that, the new neighborhood was 1,100 units. And the county was so optimistic that that was going to happen that we put $300,000 down as a earnest money, died. Taxpayers lost that money. It's a graveyard out there. But here we are today. It took over 4 years. It took blood, sweat, and tears on the part of folks that I deeply respect. I voted no against one of their first proposals. Another tombstone. But here we are. We finally got to a point where, along with their base zoning, which includes some legacy suburban that they're executing on now, at least one of the families, for 84 new units, roughly 12,000 square foot lots. And we'll see kind of how that looks to help us answer this question in terms of where the prices land for those lots and the final buildings that are going to be constructed there for single family dwelling units. Along with those, we have the ability to deliver 1,319 more units of housing. The interesting thing about this proposal is that it plays on their volunteerism. And I don't know where I land on the political spectrum, but I've paid a lot of attention to libertarianism because it really is viscerally appealing. Get government down to the very basics, get it off my back. It's really appealing. The one thing that has to work if you're going to adopt and move towards true libertarianism is a heavy commitment to volunteerism in the community. That's what these families are stepping up to commit to. And I'm all in. I voted for their latest proposal. They heard the community. I can't believe it. Yeah, we'll give you a bunch of density. You can opt into this plan, but we're expecting 70% of the final units to be deed restricted for our workforce. Wow. They're opting in, maybe, I hope. And I'm speaking personally, I'll be fully behind their efforts because I buy in. That's an amazing plan. It's a lot of housing in the right place near town, and it's for the right people. So that's kind of the rough outline, and here to answer questions with the help of Ms. Hostetter.
Questions? Alan, go ahead.
I have one, and it's just a point of confusion on the project fact sheet. So I'd like to make sure I understand it correctly.
Stepping back and letting the expert talk.
Your very last bullet said 70% of the new units deed restricted for local workers. But then the next bullet below says qualified land donation could satisfy deed restricted units. And I'm not sure I'm clear on what that last sub bullet was.
Chairman, thank you for the question. And thank you again for being here and hearing everybody. My name is Ryan Hostetter, and I'm the planner with the town and county who collaborated with the landowners on the regulations. The proposal, as the Gills had mentioned, they put a proposal forward to donate land to an affordable housing developer. So written into the regulations, there's a 70%. However, the developer could donate land instead of building the units to an affordable housing developer, and they would build out that portion of the project. So one of the very complicated things about this project is it's not one developer. We have 2 families that own the underlying properties out here, and we crafted regulations that were flexible enough so that many developers could come in and pick up a piece of this and build it out over time. And that was part of the ask when we were crafting these regulations. So where you have a market rate developer that will build for the Gills 180 units, they're going to be partnering with local qualified nonprofits, donating land to them, and they're going to be building out the deed restricted units.
No, so then, I think I understand now, but because essentially the previous one, they mentioned they were donating the land to the nonprofits. So this approach is similar to the previous one we heard, correct?
Fairly, this is a much bigger project now. So a lot more units. So we're talking over 1,400 units now on the edge of Jackson that are, it's in the LDRs as a program in place. The Gills mentioned submitting a master site plan. That's step one, where they're going to be designing it. We aren't designing the project. The landowners will be coming forward with a formal design on how they'd like to design their portion. And with that master site plan, one of the unique things about this project is if that master site plan is approved, they have the entitlements at that time. So that's a really important thing to note because, working with large developers, and I've worked with many large developers on big projects, risk is just the name of the game. And if we can say, if you have an approved master site plan and we're going to commit to saying you have those units entitled at that time, then as the project program builds out over time, they will come in, developers will pick up a piece of it, will come in and we'll just be reviewing it for compliance with the overall program, but it won't have the level of discretion of saying, no, you don't get the units anymore. Because once they have the master site plan, they get the units. So I think that's an important piece of this.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, we've worked together for a while and it takes me sometimes a long time to get a bigger picture. So I just want to make sure I understand it because it actually appears to take the pressure off the public funds to build deed restricted units. So as I understand how that works is the land, both on yours and the previous one, the land is donated to nonprofit groups. They then arrange and build their own, they line up their own funding sources to the property. So it's not necessarily public funds that are doing it, it's donations and raised through that. So the link is it takes the hit off some of the public funds that otherwise could be used, yet provides the housing, the deed restricted housing that I understand is a problem for the hospital. Because when there isn't sufficient inventory, people have to go out to the free market and it adds stress. Do I have my mind wrapped around the concept now?
That sounds correct, yes.
I am slow, but I get there, Mr. Chairman.
And no, you're not slow. It took me a couple of years to get the sense of it, and especially to get the visceral appeal of it, which is that it brings in the passion of the community. And we've got passionate community members who really want housing to happen. And this, rather than the government saying we're mandating it, we're triggering mitigation fees and this, that, and the other, it draws on that passion. And it's incredible to see it come forward.
So I do have a question about the master site plan. What does that document entail and what does it cost to do?
So it's typical for a developer to do a design of the property, which speaks to how are these 700 units going to connect into town infrastructure, water, roads, what other amenities are going to be a part of the project, parks, and all of these pieces. So it's a plan that depicts where those things are going to be laid out as proposed by the landowner. So they're going to be submitting the master site plan, which shows where the roads are, where any parks are, where their densities are going to be located across the site. It's not a fine detail insofar as an architectural drawing or plan. We haven't gotten to that point yet. This is just a high level, here's how we're going to lay out this property and how it's going to connect into the town.
Go ahead, Stacy.
Mr. Chairman, So it seems like this process has taken way too long. What can be done? Is there something that we can do? Is there something somebody else can do to maybe fast track the process here to try to get this going? I mean, all we've heard in the past 2 days is how much you need this housing, yet you have a subdivision that's ready to go. What can be done? What can be done to take care of this?
That's a great question, and I'll answer, and we'll see. Perhaps a solution might require us all putting our heads together. So back to the comprehensive plan as the nexus for the black and white land development regulations. Excuse me if I call them LDRs. Got 555 pages of them. I look at them as the book of spells. And if you can master the book of spells, you truly become a magician in this community. Coming up with a comprehensive plan, the last one took us 5 years. After the breakdown of all these subdivisions for those hayfields south of town, community blew up. The commissioners, not only did they not approve those plans, they slammed the door on any further development. They put a moratorium in place. That was how ugly it got. Talking about mean and nasty things being said and thrown around at everybody. So they said, let's step back. Let's come up with a comprehensive plan. Well, they gave it a try. Took 3 years. Didn't work. Went back. I got on the planning commission for the last 2 years. We got it through. Wasn't because of me necessarily. So that comprehensive plan, now this sounds, you guys are going to, again, your brains are kind of going to go. It said, we're going to first infill town. We're going to build all our workforce housing in town. We want to do that first. To get things going in Northern South Park, we had to amend that back to the public process. We hit our 5% growth trigger. So we had to amend the comprehensive plan because that's in our comprehensive plan. So we went back to amend it. The town and the county together said, we're going to eliminate that. We're going to open up Northern South Park as the vision for the community for housing growth. That was step one. That took 2 years. Step two, comprehensive plan, because we had to involve the community. If you don't involve the community here, you get FOIA'd hourly, you get taken to court weekly. Talk to Mr. Darwich. You have to include the community. You have to let the community sling mud, call you mean and nasty names, and make it happen. So back to a neighborhood plan. Had to do a neighborhood plan. That took another year or two. Neighborhood plan finally got us to the point where we could actually craft the land development regulations. It was critical to us as the commissioners to recognize that these are private properties and to include the owners in the process. Our staff, interested in the sake of the community, at first said, we're not going to include the landowners so much. Commissioners said, yeah, we are. With the great help of some really talented staff, some consultants, the landowners themselves, we came up with the actual LDRs. It took 4 years, but we are here. That's what I want to emphasize. We have never been here in 50 years. There's an article in the News and Guide. You can look it up. Northern South Park, 50 years of, I don't know what it's called, never happening, but we're here now. You got to include the community in this process. And I just want to, we want to collaborate. We want to work together. We want your guys' help. If the wrong rules come down the pike in state law, look at what is going on right now in the state parcel on 390. You guys are going to end up getting FOIA'd every day, getting sued every week. You got to let us locally work this out. We're making progress. We have 704 units de-restricted in the pipeline now. In 2020, we had 160, 170. That's like 180% increase in the units that we have in the pipeline now. We're making progress. It's been slow. We lost 20 years with the moratorium, with the recession, with the crafting of the new land development regulations. There's a lot of ground to cover, but we're making it up now.
Mr. Chair, to tag on to that one quick note, and I'm super proud of as a project manager on this project, is when we showed up for the hearings with these LDRs, what we did not have was a line of people out the door filling this room because of all of that work that this community put into the vision and the expectations for growth in this area. And the community came to a conclusion that this is where the next level of growth is going to happen, on the edge of the community. And so it made the hearing process for the LDRs far more straightforward for our elected officials.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I have one more question. So I don't know if this is accurate, but somebody last night told me that your gap for workforce housing is right around 2,200. I'm not sure if that's people, units, but let's just say that it's units. So if you build out this subdivision, you're getting really close to what I was told that you need. So when will the mitigation fees end? If you've already gotten to a point where the workforce housing is here, because I suspect a little bit that you're talking about your higher cost of living, that is due to some of your mitigation fees. You're charging those restaurants, they have to charge more for a burger or a sandwich. This is creating your own problems. And please tell me if I'm wrong, but this is my point of view on this. So when can we expect for relief for the mitigation fees around here?
A short answer is we have a next set of mitigation fee rules in the works. And those new rules would eliminate certain problems that we've had, like the gentleman who came in here before. It would eliminate that change of use provision that hit locals hard. Step back long term, I really can't say when the mitigation fees would end, because the more housing you create, the more housing you do need. And this community has settled on the fact that we're never going to have enough to meet every need. We're going to say roughly 65%. That's a little bit pulled out of thin air. It's a little bit pulled out of, look at the character of other Rocky Mountain towns. The mitigation fees are interesting. There's a lot to consider there. Jackson Hole Working showed my favorite sandwich shop downtown. And kind of like, what if this guy had to set up shop now? They're going to have a $500,000 mitigation fee. Well, the mitigation fees are meant to hit new developers, new development. And so we have a proposal on North Cache, north side of town, for a 300, town does. Fortunately, I don't have to deal with this one and take all the mean and nasty comments, but 350,000 square foot proposal, 2 restaurants, retail, short-term rental townhomes, lodging units. If I were that little sandwich shop and every spring I need to rehire for the summer to get my seasonal work in, and I know I'm competing against a big out-of-town developer who's developing that space, I bet he's going to steal my employees. And I'm going to have to raise my wages, and I'm going to go out and try and find more employees. I might have to buy my own housing. So who should bear that burden? Because not only is that little sandwich shop competing with that new big developer, but so is the hospital, so is the school district. They're all trying to find new employees. And this big developer can come in. They've got deep pockets. They can pay higher wages. Heck, Target came to town and rearranged the entire wage structure. Target came to town and started paying $24.99 an hour. Teton County said, we got to at least match that. We raised our employee compensation package by 6 or 7, no, maybe even 8% that year. Then the next year, another 8%. Because these big developers, they can come in, they can pay those wages. So that's our question. Like, we have a Nexus study that says you can charge legally, sheets and everything thrown in, all the Supreme Court, Nolan Dolan cases, you can charge up to here legally mitigation rates. Our new proposal says we recognize these issues. We recognize that this is as heavy-handed as government can get. We're going to step that down to 20 to 30% of our legal limit. The new mitigation package that we haven't approved, because you guys are definitely watching And when you hear mitigation, I get it. The visceral reaction is that is heavy-handed government. We're going to run out there and do something about it. So we haven't approved them, want to talk about them. We want to get rid of that change of use stuff that hits the local workers and the local entrepreneurs. We don't want to impose the maximum legal limit. We want to impose 25% of that at most, maybe 20%. But we want those new developers to contribute to the impact that they're having, not just on my favorite sandwich shop, but on the schools, the hospitals, county government, town government.
Mr. Chair, for the record, to Amberly Baker's mention about mitigation fees, that's incorrect. There's no mitigation fees required for the new units in Northern South Park. Because we developed this whole program where they're going to do this, we call it 40, 30, 30, 30 market rate, 30 workforce units, 40% affordable, capital A. That's a part of the program. So the new 180 for the Gill family, the new density increase units, there's no housing mitigation fees for those. And that was written into the new regulations.
I'll say one final thing about mitigation fees. If you build a new unit today, if it's a 4,000 square foot unit and it costs you $1,000 a square foot, which it does these days, and it's $4 million, and you're, say, a developer and you want to sell it, and so you sell along with the land, you sell it for $4.5 million. There is a mitigation fee associated with that. It's around $27,000. The realtor fee at 6% is $270,000. So yeah, government's being a little heavy-handed here. We're imposing a mitigation fee. We're asking that new developer to pay part of the housing needs that they're creating. But there's a relativity to talk about as well.
So when I can understand the way you describe it and the information that was provided to us, the mitigation fees on the new proposed regs for a restaurant of 1,500 square feet is going to go from 214,000 to 516,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to ask Ruth Ann, who did a great job. Totally get it. If she took the maximum legal rate or if she took the 20 to 30% of the maximum legal rate. And there's the also, like, our current mitigation fees are locked into a construction cost that is now almost 5 years old, or at least 3 years old, maybe 4 years old. We haven't updated the construction cost, and the pandemic, of course, I don't know if it doubled that construction cost or not. So when we impose a new mitigation fee, increasing it to simply meet the new construction costs alone is going to cause a significant increase. But whatever she quoted is accurate. I just don't know if it's the 20%, she's not here, 20% that we have been proposed to implement, or if it's the maximum legal amount.
So it'd be helpful if we had clarification on that issue.
And I would emphasize as well that it hasn't gone through the public process yet. So that potential developer of a 1,500 square foot restaurant hasn't had a chance to get up and talk and speak their voice and let us as electeds kind of say, yeah, I get it. I hear it. We're going to maybe reduce that, or we're going to look at it, or we're going to do something different.
So it might go up.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Newcomb, you're an economist. You heard the testimony earlier of Mr. Phillips with the EcoTours business, where his business really didn't substantially change. He changed locations, and apparently now has a fee owing of $259,000. Where does that seem reasonable to you?
No. Thanks. Yeah, and I don't know, again, the details behind that and the circumstances. Mr. Phillips is doing amazing things for wildlife in this state. I don't know if you all know that. Created a fund to get businesses to voluntarily contribute funds that they earn towards preserving wildlife throughout the state, and is remarkable. And again, we want to cultivate that. Those eco-tour businesses, I live out in Kelly. I drive past half dozen of them every day, coming and going. They probably hire a lot of seasonal workers. And so, you know, one eco-tour business ran out of your office, might hire 10 or 15 or 20 guides to drive your vans. And so that's something we need to think about as a community. Like, do we expect any mitigation on that type of business? Or do you think we can absorb it through our other mechanisms, whether it's the community stepping up to spend their specific purpose excise tax dollars, whether it's the voluntary efforts of folks like the Hughes Charitable Foundation? We should have that discussion as part of a public process here.
Mr. Chairman, out of the 1,437 units that will be built, 514 are free market units. And I know it was stated that they are under the square footage, so they don't have to pay the mitigation fees. Was the size of those properties determined by, did the landowner get to decide how big of houses they wanted to build, or was that determined by the county?
So right now we have standards in place that kind of dictate minimum and maximum house sizes, but I think the maximum house size that's allowed is up to 4,000 square feet. And so if the developers, it's really a space consideration, once you throw in setting aside the space for the deed restricted housing, once you throw in the space that's needed for roads, parking, once you throw in space for exactions to meet the needs of the school district and the park needs for that neighborhood, it's a space consideration. So if my interpretation, and I think the landowners would probably be a lot more accurate, and perhaps Ms. Hostetter can step in as well, is that if they want to reduce density a bit, they can have bigger properties. But even any house built over 2,500 square feet is still exempt for the overlay, for the units created by the overlay, the opt-in overlay. Now, there are existing entitlements, again, those legacy suburban existing entitlements that do fall under our housing mitigation requirements. Those lots, again, are about 12,000 square feet. They could probably accommodate a home up to about 4,000 square feet. But if the property owner wants to build a house that's 2,499, they'll be exempt from the mitigation fees.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Commissioner Newcomb, so maybe I really want to restate your thoughts on housing mitigation, so that is the policy question that you're trying to answer as a local elected official who decides mitigation rates. When a new developer comes to town, creates worker demand, whether it's through a second home or through a new business, like a new restaurant construction, the question that you're trying to answer with mitigation rates is who pays, essentially. So please tell me if this is accurate, whether is it the new developer that pays for that worker's housing demand, or is it the entire community, whether it's through taxes or through existing businesses in town having to raise their prices so they can pay employees to compete on the existing housing market? Is that how you?
So, yes,
speaking
speaking personally again, and not representing the board or the council, I see it as kind of a three-legged stool that's needed to meet our vision of achieving a sufficient amount of construction for our local workers. One leg of that stool is philanthropy. Another leg of that stool is whether you call it coercion or whether you call it the commitment of the community to step up with a 1 penny of tax. Could be specific purpose, could be general. And another leg is actually a little bit contingent on the developers. And so my discussion is that we need mitigation. It's a three-legged stool. You knock out one of those legs, you're just not going to optimize the delivery of housing for the workforce. So we need to make those legs somewhat fair, especially the mitigation. I get it. I understand how heavy-handed it is. It's a good debate to have, and it probably will never be perfect, but I see it as we need those three legs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thanks for being here and just bringing staff as well. You've been involved in this, as you explained, for a long time, and probably in the county, you're knowledgeable about this process is from a political standpoint, given your years of service. It's been brought up about the length of time it's taken to get us to this point where on March 5th, you approved the on a 4-to-1 vote, county commission regulations for a possible 1,437 homes. Game it out for me. Based on what you know right now, your experience, your vantage point, which is a darn good one. How long is it gonna take this to play out? Ballpark.
I forget what the timelines are. About. Oh, well, if you're talking about the whole thing to play out, yeah, it could be 20 to 30 years. But if you're talking about getting a shovel in the ground for the first 100, 200 units, I can tell you it better take less than 2. I built a house just recently. I managed to do it in 2 years. I think that the timelines for the public process is laid out in there, and they're rigorous. We still have, I think, 4 public meetings. They've got to go through 2 big steps there with a master site plan and then with actual development plans. Those are going to be reviewed by the Planning Commission and then reviewed by the Board of County Commissioners. But I think given those timelines, we really should see shovels in the ground in 2 years. And there's a lot of infrastructure that has to happen. And estimates on the saturation rate, if we want to get technical, are around 60 units per year, just sort of looking at the capacity of the community to build.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, now I'm well aware that once it's done, no one's gonna go out and build 1,400 units like
Yeah.
that. They're gonna come online sequentially and all that, and there's other things to go through. But I was talking about this first, to get to the point now where they can start moving, where the nonprofits can start accessing the gift of the 45 acres the family's giving, that the folks can start building market homes.
Yeah.
Or whoever they choose to do. I'm just trying
Boy,
to
I
get a
I
sense of
do
it.
not want to jinx this process, but from the day that I voted yes on the sketch plan for the suburban units, the Legacy Suburban, and got called all kinds of mean and nasty things, to all the processes through amending the comp plan to developing the neighborhood plan, we've been beating this process. And I think the community has finally got behind it. Enough of them to quit calling me mean and nasty things. And I think we can move forward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so we heard about the sandwich shop and we heard about the outdoor adventures and we heard from the hospital. So like the sandwich shop serves those who live here and those who are passing through. The hospital treats everybody. So they're a community service. The outdoor tour groups actually is what would appear to help draw people through here who spend the money and support the sandwich shop, get treated in the hospital if they don't listen to their guide. So well, we heard about James Bond before, that he gets the tools and he doesn't use them right. As you're looking at redoing the mitigation fees, is there any discussion about recognizing those who serve here and bring people in to work for them versus those who bring the people in that supports those local businesses? Is there consideration about the differences of their role in the community?
I'll answer carefully, and possibly staff can support me, but the mitigation fees really legally have to focus on brick and mortar construction. And so if you are a landscaper and you have a little office in your home, but you hire dozens of employees to take care of all of these big homes that are popping up all the time, you're not really getting impacted by the mitigation fee, and yet you are creating a lot of jobs and with a lot of workers that probably don't earn enough to buy a $2 million free market home, let alone a $1.1 million condo. So there are some gaps in our mitigation program. It has to be focused on brick and mortar. So again, getting back to that 350,000 brick and mortar new development, and what kind of impact are they having? Because we can measure that. There's a clear nexus. We can work with Nolan Dolan and Sheets, and we can adjust that as elected officials.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess, yes, I understand that better now, so thank you. But I also think I would like to say how much I appreciate you being willing to come here, because it doesn't put you in necessarily in the most positive light, but I appreciate you sharing that stuff with, especially me, but with us.
I forgot to say up front, I really appreciate you all coming here. I really, truly do. And now you've seen the bubble we call Teton County. I was fishing down at Fremont Lake, and someone, oh, where are you from? Oh, up in Jackson. You ought to move to Wyoming one day. So thanks for going out of state.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question. I'm just really, this has just been so informative, I think, to all of us. And again, really appreciate all the time and effort that everyone has put into this discussion. Sort of to just recap my thought process is we've heard about that we have a limited inventory of land that is subject to development, meaning not, in federal hands at the moment. We heard testimony that a landowner was approached, willing to step forward with a solution. And now we heard that we're almost there. What kind of assurances do we have that we're almost there, in the sense that looking at, I'm sure you've seen this timeline, right? Like as recently as January 8th, the commission was still a no. The commission voted 3-2 to deny this. So now things have improved, but now we're talking about a master site plan. What steps are being taken to make sure that, I see on your handout, the term that we've been using around here quite a bit about helping allows community to get to yes. Well, how do we get to yes on this master site plan, that we don't end up right kind of back where we started, where people don't like the site plan and then that delays for another year or two? I was just curious on next steps and how to get the yes.
Mr. Chairs, Ms. Delancey, thank you. Really good question. I think you're referring to the Planning Commission that voted 3-2. There are no assurances. There really aren't. The community here has to have bought into it. If we're talking about your task force and what the Wyoming legislature might want to consider, again, where do you draw the line on that slippery slope of stepping into local control? Do you actually want to start picking apart our mitigation regs and either wipe them out or take this part out and that part out? Do you want to step into our process to try and, the crux issue is we got thousands, I don't know about thousands, but lots more ranch land south of town. And, one crux issue for you might be, well, is there a regulation we could pass that essentially would say if those landowners want to pull the trigger on development, we local elected officials can't really say no. I don't know if I'd want to be in your shoes if you pass that rule, but that's a crux issue. And again, the question is, what's the demand curve look like? Because if I'm a realtor and I have some friends who are realtors, they have broad reach. There's a big reason why Sotheby's, Keller Williams stepped in here and bought up all the small local realtors, because they have global reach. And at $7 million a property, there might not be a whole lot of demand, but at $2 million a property, if you're working your tail off in one of these big cities that's gone to poop and you're ready to get out of there, you might be able to swing it. And there might be a lot of people who could swing it. And we have 97% public land. We have iconic national parks. We have an airport that is not 20 minutes away from the best ski area in the nation, disregarding White Pines, which isn't so bad. We have some of the best golf courses. Our cuisine is still so-so if you're comparing it to Europe, but not bad for the Western US. A lot of people want to live here. Is that demand curve actually a demand curve that drops down, or is it flat?
So I have a question on the master site plan. My understanding is that, ask the question, exactly how large it needs to be or what it is in it is not spelled out in detail. Or is it? That's my question, because if that comes back before the planning commission or whomever, and they say no, then they got to go back and do it again, or they got to improve it or do more. What's that process? So are we looking?
Yeah,
at another year?
I'll just give a brief answer and then I'll let Ms. Hoster step in. But from my perspective, roughly speaking, the master site plan is to verify that the proposed next stage of development roughly, or more than roughly, matches the neighborhood plan that, again, the community got involved in to help craft. And so there are a few things there that the master site plan, in my mind, doesn't have to be highly detailed, but it has to show that this is achieving a dense neighborhood with some park space. And this community is pretty sensitive about traffic. And so it's taking a few measures to mitigate traffic.
Mr. Chair, we heard a comment earlier about how these are 50 pages of regulations. So in short, yes, there are prescriptive requirements for what is a master site plan and what is to be included. And we worked on that with the landowners and their teams to develop that, so it was clear.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going on to 1:30. We're getting close. So if anyone else has public comment, let's do it. But let's just try to be short and sweet to the point because people are getting antsy and hungry. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the task force. I'm Scott Hoversland, Executive Director of the Wyoming Community Development Authority, and I'll keep it very short. Had a few notes here, but I'll just go off the cuff because really I'm just here to say that WCDA is here to offer our assistance as the housing finance kind of authority in the state. We're the housing finance agency for the state, trying to, provide housing financing. And as the mayor said earlier, that a lot of that money, most all of our funding comes from the federal government. So HUD has its restrictions and we have to follow those restrictions or else we get looked at by the OIG and they come down hard on us. But we're really looking to try to look at what the housing needs are. We've done the housing needs assessment in this last year. I think I sent it out to all legislators after that was completed in February. And if anybody else wants to see it, it's on our website at wyomingcda.com and it's under our demographics area. And the first thing on there is the 2024 housing needs assessment. And that has a breakdown by county, region, and even city on there that has information on that. After that was completed, we are moving in and probably in this next week sign a contract with a vendor to provide us statewide housing strategic action plan, and working with all of our partners across the state, many of them whom were here today, Wyoming County Commissioners Association, WHAM, the Habitats, any of the housing agencies around the state, the Housing Trust Fund here, all those interested partners in working to develop a statewide housing strategic action plan. And as we talk the next 1 year, 3 year, 5 years, those things that we can look at as both localities in the state and as a state that we could implement over the next years to really meet the housing needs, which is different, as we've heard, in each city, in each county, in each area, region of the state. So that's our next steps. There's some other things that we've done. We put into HUD for some additional funding on, it's called the Pro Housing grant, and that's money that we can provide to the local city governments to do some of these plans on their own for locality. So we put that in, I think last September was the deadline. We haven't heard anything back as to how much of that money that we can access, but hopefully we'll hear that in the next couple months so that we can get that notice out to Wyoming Association of Municipalities, and so all the cities around the state can probably participate in getting some of that money. So that's all I had. I kept it short, and like I said, we're here to help as we get through that action plan. We'll share that information with you. I've talked to Corps Committee because they have housing as an interim topic, and we'll be sharing that with them as well. So
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Huffersland, thank you so much. We focused a lot on Jackson and Teton County and how frankly dysfunctional the housing market here is. But I had a question statewide, since you're more of a statewide person. The number of housing units in the whole state, there's like 272,000 housing units that actually exist, and there are 243,000 households. So there's technically, more housing units, about 30,000 more housing units that actually exist than there are households. I assume a lot of those housing units people don't actually want to live in. But the upshot of this, my question is, will the market not for Jackson and Teton County, but for the rest of the state, will the market sort this out?
Well, and Mr. Chair, Representative Stith, right now there's currently 50,000 households in the state that have a housing problem, and the housing problem can be that they're restricted in that they're spending over 30% of their income on housing costs, or there's overcrowding, so there's more than one person per bedroom in the house, so it's called overcrowding, or there is not adequate kitchen facilities or adequate sewer facilities to those places. So there's a need for some additional like renovation to some of those, or that if there was lower priced housing, that would probably reduce that cost burden on some of those families. So that's 50,000 households currently, but in the next 6 to 7 years, up to 2030, the needs assessment showed that there's between 20,500 and 30,800 additional housing units that are needed around the state to meet economic growth and those types of things on a moderate economic growth analysis. So there's still additional need. Starter homes, there's just not a whole lot of starter homes out there in that lower income range.
Okay, further questions? Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Okay. Anyone else? Welcome again.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Kelly Lockhart, Lockhart Cattle Company. Thank you all for coming. I think it's been a very informative couple of days here. I've learned a lot. I'm sure that you've learned a lot. I think there are still some questions that you will be asking. I don't have all the answers. I don't know that anyone does. I think that there were a lot of information today to digest. Maybe one of the most important one was the James Bond analogy. Let you go in and pick out which tools you want. And, you can have a knife, or you can have a handgun, maybe a long gun, maybe even a machine gun. The question is, do you hand him a nuclear weapon? And the answer is probably not. And so I think this plays into some of the questions that you as the state has relative to local control. You've heard what local control looks like. You've seen what local control looks like. I happen to support local control. I happen to support it at the landowner level, which I think is the ultimate local control. I would just assume no one tell me what to do. I've heard the towns and the counties say they would appreciate if no one tells them what to do. I've heard from the state that they would appreciate if the feds didn't tell them what to do. So there appears to be this process of the top down of what the sideboards are. And as you know, you grant these sideboards. The feds, first of all, grant you some sideboards. You grant the towns and county sideboards. They then grant the property owners some sideboards. And so I think it's important that you have a discussion about those sideboards. In my work preparing for this, I came across a a preemptive statute where some very smart people in the legislature said, we're going to pass a statute saying that we're not going to impose the state income tax. And not only that, we're not going to allow the county to impose a state income tax, and we're not going to allow the towns to impose a state income tax. So the sideboards or preemption to rulemaking is not a new concept. As you know, for quite some years, I've been trying to get the discussion about mitigation rates in front of the legislature. Wyoming is silent on the issue. We know that states have passed statutes to allow it. We know that statutes have been passed by local states or neighboring states to not allow it. I'm not here to ask necessarily for an outcome of that discussion, but I think it would be healthy if the state had that discussion so that everyone would know. And I don't think that's unreasonable. And I think that it's very much appropriate and in your purview. I don't really have much more to say today. You've heard from me a lot of different times, but if you have questions, I'm certainly willing to answer them.
Questions for Kelly? Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else? Nick, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nick Agopian. I represent Teton County. Really just want to make sure that we're making a very clear ask for the committee to consider something when they come back in July. And I think Representative Storrs here, she introduced the bill last session, House Bill 205, around development agreements. So, and so my ask of the committee today quickly is, as you go to your committee directives to staff, please include a revamp of the House Bill 205 development agreements. The idea in wanting to bring that concept forward is an acknowledgement of what we heard today, which is timing is an issue. Certainty is an issue. Time is money. The idea that we'd like to start with is a development agreement that comes together and brings the government entity and the developer together, and they can decide how to move forward and what's the time frame and what are the parameters that they're going to move forward to. The state does not expressly permit or permit this, and so there's some lack of certainty around maybe the sideboards of what a development agreement would look like. But I certainly think, as we've heard today, around uncertainty and people planning, why not look for an option that provides some more certainty for the two parties to come together, put those sideboards on themselves, and move forward together. And the idea is, and somewhere in there, hopefully find some incentive for the developer, and hopefully find some more certainty and timing, or even seek to lower that timing and make it advantageous to do it. So real quick, that was all I wanted to do, is it was asked that you would consider that as you go to your committee directives. I think it provides a great opportunity to further the discussion about how do we find improvement in the system and what are those tools we need to do it. With that, I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions for Nick? Okay, anybody else? Before we close public comment.
Mr. Chairman, we have one person online that would like to provide.
Is this Brett Weber? Is that right? Is he still there? We're waiting, Brett.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. It took a moment when they promoted me to be a panelist so that I could speak to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now and see you.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've been waiting 5 hours to speak because I believe this is very important. This is one of the most important topics you'll be considering during the interim period. My name is Brett Glass, and I am both a tenant and a residential and commercial landlord in Laramie, Wyoming, at the other corner of the state from Teton County. In any case, I do have some comments to make regarding housing and things that you can do that are within your purview as a regulatory reduction task force, which are directly on topic for you today. In my opinion, we are doing better than other states when it comes to housing, but we still lack affordable quality housing, and especially we lack consistent regulation of rental housing. And these things are hindering economic development, impacting our tax base, and really hurting our supply of workforce housing. They're also creating a confusing tangle of inconsistent local regulations. And so I'd like to talk about specific suggestions for ways that you can improve improve this situation. The first thing I'd like to address is affordability. In Laramie, across the state and across the country, the cost of every input to housing has skyrocketed. You've heard a lot about this morning. Building materials, insurance premiums, they both tripled. Labor costs have more than doubled. Energy costs are up about 30%. Property taxes have jumped. And the recent tax relief bills that passed in the 2024 legislative session provided relief for long-term single-family homeowners, but they did nothing for many categories of residents, and the one that they skipped over the most was renters. In fact, by specifying that they cover single-family properties only, the bills disqualify properties with accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, something which was talked about this morning, and I hope that you'll fix this in the next session. And in the area of local regulations, which your task force was formed to address, recent actions by local governments have made things worse rather than better. The city of Laramie, mainly for the convenience of the staff rather than for the benefit of citizens, recently imposed a strict licensing regime upon building contractors. Now only a licensed contractor can pull a building permit. And so there is a multi-year backlog if you want to have anything built, even if you've cleared the permitting process and the zoning process and everything else. It's even hard to do maintenance on existing buildings. And the result is that some properties have run down unless the owner stepped in and did the work illegally without an inspection. Also, the few licensed contractors in town have raised their rates through the roof. Now, Senate File 114, which was passed during the budget session this year, requires reciprocal licensing of contractors, and that is going to be a big help when it takes effect this summer. But the legislature can do more. It can also ensure that municipalities cannot impose other unreasonable requirements, such as preventing the property owner from pulling a permit to work on their own property, or having a building superintendent or someone who's in the employ of the property owner do the work. Another area in which you can help is regulation of the business of rental housing. Now, I'm not talking about zoning, which municipalities can and should handle, but about the business transaction of renting once the property is already built. We already have a very good state law regarding rental housing, but unfortunately, several Wyoming municipalities have stepped in to regulate rental housing, each in their own completely different way. Now, I am all for local control if it's appropriate. But because of the way our government and court systems are structured, the control that is localized needs to be on the county level, not the city level. Now, why is that? Because municipalities in Wyoming don't have all the tools that are needed to do a good job of dealing with rental housing issues. For example, in Wyoming, municipal courts are criminal courts only. They're not civil courts. And disputes over rental contracts, as well as evictions, are civil matters. Which means municipal courts can't handle them. Therefore, municipal regulation of rentals forces sort of an awkward straddle between city and county. On the other hand, our county circuit court judges are very experienced in and effective at handling rental matters, whether they're small claims or regular circuit court cases. So it's really better for tenants and landlords to have one-stop shopping at the county courthouse. This also avoids another level of regulation and bureaucracy. I think even our friends from organizations that lobby on behalf of municipalities would appreciate it if counties and the state could take on the task of dealing with rentals so that cities could be relieved of the burden of having to do so. It's also important that landlords and tenants' basic rights and responsibilities be uniform throughout the state. You shouldn't step over the line between the city and the county and suddenly have an entirely different set of rules governing rental housing. Now, this is a particular problem in Laramie, where I and my family own a few rental properties. Activist city council members who apparently thought they were going to be helping tenants recently imposed some draconian regulations that were copied from out of state, from Corvallis, Oregon. And the Laramie ordinance shows the danger of going too far. It's had the effects of driving up rents, preventing maintenance, even more than the restrictions I talked about on contractors, imposing needless costs, and decimating the supply of affordable rental housing. Many property owners have even pulled their properties off the market rather than deal with the regulations, and that makes it tough to find housing here. I could go through some more examples, but I know that you're hungry and eager to get to lunch, so I will skip right to my conclusion, which is what should we do about all of this? The first thing I urge the legislature to do is take back control of the current chaotic situation involving rental housing. In 2023, a bill was brought. It was House Bill 216 in 2023 that would have basically turned control of the whole situation regarding tenants and landlords' rights and the business aspects of rental housing to the state and the county level. Unfortunately, the session was very busy and that bill didn't make it through the committee to which it was assigned, which had more business than it could handle. So it died. What I'd like you to do is please recommend to your corporations committee, which is reconsidering it during the interim session, that 2023 House Bill 216 be reintroduced and passed this time. Second recommendation. Please pass legislation that requires municipalities to allow property owners and their employees to pull building permits to build, improve, and repair housing. It's the only way to keep costs reasonable and ensure that housing is available and well maintained. Third thing, and this is my final point, please specifically prohibit licensing regimes that restrict any property owner from exercising the basic right to rent his or her property if allowed by the state statute. Right now, in Laramie, the regulations even prohibit you from renting part of your house to a family member without a license. And this is unnecessary bureaucracy, it's unnecessary regulation, and it's exactly the sort of thing that your committee was chartered to deal with. Please look into doing this. And with that, I'll conclude. I'll stand for questions and hopefully let everybody get to lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions were brought? Okay. Any other public comment? Going once? Oh, one more. Okay. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Sell Chambers, Councilwoman, Town of Jackson. I had not prepared anything to speak to all of you about, so I'm just going to go off the cuff here. Thank you all for everything you're doing. I appreciate it. I know there are a lot of people in the community who appreciate it. I apologize also. I just biked back over here to try and make it under the under the bell. So I will take a moment and take a deep breath. I don't think any of us in this room want to be told what to do by government at any level. I know that I don't. I do think that there is a role for each of us and for all of you to give us some guardrails. There are some of us who see what's going on, see that we do have issues, and that doubling down on everything that we've done thus far is not going to get us through these issues that we face. We have a lot of things that we've done right here that the rest of the state can learn from. And we have also done some things that the rest of the state can learn not to do. So I would ask not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We have some great work and we've got great staff. Some of this is a political problem that requires political will and honesty with ourselves in the community, and not just coming up here and defending ourselves. So with that said, I do think that having some guardrails in place for us would help. I don't want anyone to feel that there is overreach or that private property rights have been infringed upon. So I guess, yes, this is a team effort. We need each other to work together to try and find a solution to these really difficult problems that we're facing. Some of these issues are absolutely linked to our property tax problems with our increased land values. Working people are getting pushed out of their homes because they can't afford the property taxes because the dirt under their homes, the value has increased to such a significant amount that working people are having to sell and move out. And it's just a constant upscaling of this community. And it's going to start happening more and more with the rest of Wyoming. So these are problems that we all need to solve. And like I said, no one wants to be told what to do, either statewide from the federal government or locally from the state government. But I do believe that there is a role for all of us to play. And like I said, I do think we need some guardrails. Mr. McLaurin had mentioned earlier about, and also Commissioner Probst, Chairman Probst had mentioned increasing or bumping up those time requirements for permitting and everything else. I think that putting requirements like that in place will help us do our job. We'll have to meet those requirements. And eliminating any barriers that we have for builders, construction, contractors, private property owners, the little guy, the little woman that's trying to do the right thing here, removing barriers for those people so that we're not just making it easy for extremely wealthy developers to build affordable housing, multi-unit apartment buildings, et cetera, will benefit all of us. And so I do not have all of the answers by a long shot. But I do think us working together to try and figure out some of these solutions is the best way forward because we don't have all the answers, but we can all learn from each other. So I just want you to know that there are some of us, elected officials, people working here that do see a problem, that would like to solve this with appropriate means, light-handed, not heavy-handed from anyone within government. And so I will leave it at that and stand for questions, but also just thank you. It takes all of us. And I know that it's thankless a lot of the times being an elected official. So I appreciate it heart to heart.
Thank you for your comments and questions.
Quick one.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talk about sideboards and you're talking in generality. Specifics are always good.
Absolutely.
You know, because we might totally have a misunderstanding what we think is right compared to what you're doing. So I think if you or your cohorts on the council, maybe working with your commissioners, can talk about sideboards and give us some ideas. I mean, I've got my own mind that I might want to do, but boy, I sure may not agree with you.
Absolutely.
They could be coming to me and saying, don't tell me what to do. So before you tell me not what to do, please let me know what you'd like me to do.
Well, thank you very much. I think having the conversations is absolutely essential. I think a lot of people have talked about carrots and sticks. And I think with carrots, something at the state level that we could maybe do is make it easier for us to eliminate some of those mitigation impact fees for our local businesses, for just locals here, by potentially working with the state, having some requirements to relax exclusionary zoning measures or put into place to incentivize certain kinds of zoning or LDRs that will result in more affordable housing built. I think that's maybe a tactic that we can use moving forward. But I think we don't have overreach when we use carrots, when we use conversation. And so elected to elected, I will never come to you and say, this is not what I think. I will come and say to you, this is what I think. What do you think? How can we make this work for everybody so we're respecting the Wyoming Constitution, that we're respecting private property rights, that we are making sure that we can continue to have our workforce here so that we have a hospital, so that we have schools, where we have a really great educational system, because it's all going to have, it already is having impacts on all of these systems that we have here. And yeah, I mean, if we want, you know, there's an intimate tie between our property taxes and the taxes that we collect with our schools, and then the redistribution that we have throughout the state of Wyoming for our other schools, recapture. So what we do here has definite impacts on the rest of the state. And so it's not just what I think or what the council thinks, it's what we all think, and finding those solutions together. But so I can't speak, like I said, I ran down here, got on my bike to come back in here and give comment. So I don't have all of the solutions, but I do know that there are examples within the federal government. There's the YIMBY Act, the Yes in My Backyard Act, that was introduced in Congress and in the Senate. that for community block grants, you can report that you are doing certain zoning practices, that you are incentivizing certain kinds of building to make sure that you're getting affordable housing or the kind of development that you want in order or in exchange for some funds. So that I think would be an example of something that we could do, or something that at the state level could be done, is looking at something like the YIMBY Act, for instance. Really looking at mitigation fees, having some kind of in-depth look into how these are impacting our local businesses. And like, they're the bread and butter of our community. They're the bread and butter of our sales tax for the state, 4%, and then we get the remainder. So we need to make sure that it's got to be a multifaceted solution, because every single part of the community is suffering, and commercial rents are going up, putting local business owners out of business, mitigation fees, impact fees, making it so that they can't even open a new business or expand upon their business. We just need some really in-depth looks at all of these intersecting causes and unintended consequences of our decisions. So I would also just caution, implore that whatever you all decide to do, whatever we do at the state level, that we don't inadvertently exacerbate the problems that we're already facing.
Okay, questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your work, and thank you for listening to me out of breath, running in here without prepared statements.
You can get back on your bike now.
Absolutely not. I'm sticking around.
Okay, anybody else before we close public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to speak quickly so that we'll close public comment. So committee, it's about 2 o'clock. What the co-chairs and I have been discussing a little bit is our next steps. I think that with the amount of information that we've been loaded up on the last 2 days, the co-chairs will meet and we'll circulate, number one, our next proposed meeting and the topics for that proposed meeting. So if you have comments or desires on draft bills, want to forward those to the co-chairs. What I'm gonna ask LSO to do is to take the draft bills that were not acted upon from this committee last year and circulate those to the committee, just so they can see what we did prior. And then if there's any other types of draft bills that you are interested in, for example, one of them was an AARU bill. We've got that out there. There's a mitigation limitation bill, I think, that's out that was drafted. There was a timing bill that was drafted, and so those will be circulated so you can kind of see what the thought process were, just to stimulate feedback on those issues as possible legislation that we might forward to various committees. And would you also include House Bill 205, just so we understand what that is and digest it if we want to take that up, that was brought out. And other than that, what we'll probably do is, after those bills are circulated in the next week to 10 days, we'll probably have a telephone conference with the committee to address that and our next meeting date. So, and any input from the committee on what I just said, or suggestions or comments before we adjourn? Wendy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quick, I see, Representative Storer here. I just wondered, without, I started to try to look up HB 205, but it didn't get to the Senate. So I'm just wondering if you could just tell us one way or another. You've already said we'll take a look at it. Is it something that you can see, Representative Storer, as being helpful to this committee in terms of our housing issues? I don't know, is there a chance that she could just give a couple of minutes of, I didn't get a chance to get all the way through it, so thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schuler. Mr. Chairman. It certainly was an idea that we thought was something that the legislature could look at to provide the kind of clarity that Mr. Agopian mentioned, that could be helpful in throughout our communities in the state. I did get some feedback from some different developers while we were looking at that. We looked at LSO helped prepare the draft that the bill, it did not get introduced into the House, but we had some discussion, and Senator Guru and I have discussed it a bit. And just think it is something that is worth looking at. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Any other business further? We
I have a
adjourn?
quick comment.
Go ahead. Mike.
First, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everybody, first the committee for coming. I know it's a long drive for a lot of you, long trip. And I hope you enjoyed yourselves while you were here. I'd also like to thank Wayne and Molly Hughes for having us over to their house last night. I know everybody was there. It was a fun time. A lot of the electeds were there. I've had the honor of serving this committee in various capacities, or this town, this community. I'm in various capacities for, well, when I finish this term, it'll be 20 years. Town council, county commission, planning commission, House, and now Senate. And I can tell you that I am as proud of this community today as I was the first day I got elected to the city council in 1988. It's an incredible community. It's a diverse community. And as you've learned over the last 48 hours, it is not without its challenges. But I hope you also have gotten a chance to look around and take a deeper look. And that's kind of what the tour was about yesterday. For you to go around in the neighborhoods, see families. You know, we talk a lot about this in these very abstract terms about mitigation rates and timing and projects and how long does it take to do this and what's the matter with that and all that. But yesterday, I hope you got an opportunity, over the last couple of days, to kind of look just a little bit past that and to look at a community that is as vibrant, is as economically viable as any community in this state. And luckily, by virtue of the job I have now, I get to travel to all of them. And in my 10 committee assignments. So I hope that you see what I see, that we do are just as vibrant, just as many families that you'd see in Worland or Torrington or Rock Springs or, Laramie or Cheyenne. We're in this community too. Families working hard, trying to make it. Yes, there's a lot of economic activity here. A lot of the money, $80 million we're going to send this year in recapture money to the rest of the state. And that's not from extractive mineral industry. It's on the back of our extracting industries that already have enough problems. This is coming from folks that are paying mortgages on their taxes. These are people stroking checks personally, everyone in this room. And that has an impact on us. And we feel we're part of it, And when we talk about making our business strong and sending the sales tax money down that we send, lodging taxes, the things that we send, we're very proud of that in this community. We're very proud of what we do in the state of Wyoming. I'm proud to be a partner of it. We rankle a little bit when people say, oh, welcome to Wyoming if you're from Jackson. I feel a part of it very strongly. And I know everyone in this community does, whether it's landowners and folks of multi-generations who've been trying to make this community and make this state what it is. I'm very proud of it. And like I say, I'm very proud of all of you. I thank every one of you for being here. I know we've got challenges. We're going to work on meeting them. And I appreciate you all coming and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll stand adjourned.